So what's up with the Daily Show today, man? Like I couldn't ever get it to load. Like the YouTube thing, YouTube problem.
Yeah, it happened on both YouTube and on the live feed.
So I tried to see like, oh, well, let's see if like my internet's not working or whatever. Internet was working fine. Um, I did some other videos on YouTube, and those loaded up. But I tried to watch, um, so like another one, and it didn't load up. So I think it's just being like picky about what it loads and what it doesn't. I don't know.
No, I think Dano received a new check to keep the 20 plus trivia people out of the chat today.
Well, he put it in the external, and it's an email. You can email the answer in.
Oh, I did.
I thought that was pretty cool. I looked that up, and I was like, hey, that's like near my hometown. My parents actually live in that town. Whatever.
So what was up with that carry list on the early watch?
I don't know.
That turned into a shit show real fast.
I was in and out during that, so like I heard they were doing like the open carry one, and I heard like, okay, 1911 and the Beretta and the CZ, and it's like, okay, those all make sense for like open carry guns because you can have a little bit bigger one and it's no problem. Like you still have to deal with it being heavy, so that's kind of annoying, but I can conceal carry my CZ, so it's like obviously I don't have a problem with that kind of stuff.
I love Jimmy's choice of the 460V. It was like Dano said, give me one reason to help convince me to vote for this. And he should have said, well, it can blow up fat chicks holding RPGs.
With all this talk of different carry guns and stuff, I think I'm gonna have to step up, get myself a different carry gun.
You got anything in mind?
Well, I want something.
Don't say Glock.
No, I don't like Glock. So I was thinking something single stack. I've shot the Shield and I liked it, and I shot the Ruger LC9S because I had experience with the hammer fired version. That trigger is just atrocious.
Mm-hmm.
So the striker fired one, the trigger is better than the hammer, but it's still not as good as the Shield. And I want to get a hold of the Walther PPS. I haven't got my hands on that one yet, so I haven't really made up my mind yet.
Oh, I know there's two types of people when it comes to the M&P Shield. They're the ones who think that the triggers are absolute garbage, and then they have to drop another $100 in an Apex trigger to right the wrong. And there's the other group of people who think that it's just fine. I've had two Shields, and I think I can't call the trigger garbage. It's just not something that I was able to adapt to, so I couldn't carry it just because I wasn't comfortable with it. But I mean, I wouldn't call it garbage. I mean, it was crisp. The reset was short. It's just it just didn't work for me.
I don't know. I thought it was fine. I don't get very detailed into like triggers and stuff. I think I don't know, unless it's like super, super bad or super amazing, I don't really notice. So
I don't think for me it was actually the way it felt. I think what it is for me is it's the weight of the gun itself. Like, I'm not even very accurate with my Berettas, even though I like them. In 1911, I'm accurate as hell for semi-auto. If I shoot a revolver, I'm accurate every single time. Like, I didn't pick up my 44 Magnum since February, and I was drilling like probably 75 feet with it. And it was the first time I took it out was that feed I did with you guys over the weekend. You know, I hadn't touched the gun in 10 months, and it was still just like, you know, riding a bike. And then I picked up my Beretta, and I was all over the place. I think it's just the weight for me, man. I do well with heavy guns.
Well, yeah, that's just kind of the normal thing.
Yeah.
Well, that was like when I was testing those guns. You know, I went to this place that I could rent them, but I brought along mine also. So what was funny was like, you know, shooting whatever, the little tiny, you know, whichever one or whatever, and then I'd put a magazine through my CZ, and it's like, holy crap, like that's way different. Like the groups instantly got super small. I don't say super small. It's not like I'm a freaking bullseye shooter or anything, but they got a lot better.
What's up, Brandon? What you doing?
I'm editing videos.
I need to get off my ass and start recording videos.
Well, I was supposed to have these done yesterday, and the instructor was like, hey, by any chance did you get to my videos? And I said, no. Sorry. But they're like, I have so much footage. It took me, I want to say, 3 hours to upload everything. So.
Oh, you're at the magic part, the editing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do a side project for this antique center here in Houston. They pay me for it, but it's the same thing. It's like I spend my entire Sunday recording film, and then I spend the rest of the week editing it.
Yep. And it's fun. I enjoy you know, working with Final Cut Pro a lot more than Sony Vegas. It's just so much easier to work with, and it's like, I don't know. Like I tried using Sony Vegas, man, and thing fucking was crazy difficult. And nobody taught me how to do any of this stuff. Like I had to learn all this for myself. So, you know, and I've actually reached out for people like, hey, I don't know how to do this on Final Cut. Can anybody help me? And just, none of my friends know. Out of the 189 people I have on Facebook.
Well, you won't get any help from me because I'm just perfect and get everything done right in the first take. So
Yeah.
all my videos are just bam, hit record, hit
Hey.
stop.
You might be joking about that, but when I do my antiques videos, I try to get the whole thing in the first take. And so far, I've gotten 75% of them right on the first try.
Oh no. Resume. I'm going down to California in 5 days. Woohoo!
Who are you springing? Back to the land of the free.
Yeah, landed the free on that.
What's up, man? Oh, shit.
Uh-oh. Sean's gonna get in trouble.
No, I'll get you through. Just gotta mute.
Oh, so I filled up the 49 with the maximum rounds. This is a heavy beast.
Yeah.
but I just rocked the sling on it, so it's a little better. But
Is that one of them $8,000 semi-auto saws?
what's up?
Is that one of those $8,000 semi-auto saws?
Yeah, as close as I'm gonna get until the stupid ass freaking Hughes amendment is done.
Yeah, but you are privileged enough to have one.
So are you telling me that's one of them things that you can shoot from the hip and just spray bullets?
Dude, the guy that I work with, the one who I'm doing the videos for, he's got 4 freaking MP5Ks, and they're all auto. He's got 2 M4s full auto. He's got a what the hell are those things? The 60, the M60 full auto. He's got a shitload of machine guns. Lucky bastard. I asked him, like, how'd you get all those machine guns, man? He's all like, just invest, man. Instead of the stock market, I buy machine guns.
Yeah.
I said, that's actually probably a solid bet.
The only downside with it, and I don't know if this is the type of person he is or not, but there are these types of people out there, is those types of people don't want to see the Hughes Amendment go away, because then their investment might not be worth as much.
Oh yeah, he's exactly that type of person. He's not afraid to admit it either. He's like, no, I absolutely do not want to see the Hughes Amendment go away. It's like, I've freaking put so much money, like I have like almost $300,000 in these machine guns, and he's like, and I'm not going to see them go away. And then I tried bringing up G-Web's point about like, yeah, but these will still be worth the same about, because this type of weapon will never be made again. And then he was still like, I don't care, man. Like, I know how much money I spent in here. There's nobody in their right mind that's going to want to pay 50 grand for an MP5K automatic if they can just buy a brand new one automatic. This thing's got some mileage on it.
The tragic thing about that line of thinking is they're so short-sighted that they don't realize that if that was repealed, the demand for them would increase to the point where the technology behind them could advance leaps and bounds, because they haven't, just because the market's so small for them right now, because it's for military and police and whatnot. But if anyone and everyone can have it, the demand would actually warrant improving the technology, and there'd be something far superior to what's out there now.
Right. Yeah, no, can you imagine if, these companies had like carte blanche to do whatever they wanted? Like the ingenuity that would go behind making some new automatics and stuff. Like, I'm sure you'd see like a new Beretta 93R come out, or a new Glock 18 or something, Like, there'd be so much stuff out there for, R&D. And it's sad that, we allowed that to happen. If I was of age back then, I would have freaking gone all over that shit. Not saying it would have helped, but I wouldn't have been for it.
So I think that there's a flaw in your thinking about that, Sean, and that is, there is a big market for full auto guns. It's called every single government in the entire world. Sure. So the fact that they can't sell to U.S. citizens is a drop in the bucket. So as far as technology advancements and stuff, everyone has always, they're going to be trying to make the better full auto, because then they could sell it to whichever government wants it,
Well, to counter your point, though, look at the Beretta, was it the M9A3 that got rejected by the U.S. government? Think about how many governments out there test these thousands of different designs and reject them. And they've got valid uses, it's just not by a particular military. That's what the civilian market's for. They dump that off and recoup their losses. We get to play with them, and then the next thing comes out later based off of whatever the shortcomings of that design was that the military didn't accept.
Well, yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying. I don't think that the technology advancements have been going down because they can't sell to the U.S. market.
Oh yeah, that's true. I think it would increase just because there'd be just that one extra market, always available.
Yeah, I mean, and it might give them, like you said, if it's like basically if you lose the government contract, well, you just wasted all that money because now you're not recouping that. It's like trying to create a new prescription drug that doesn't work. For all the Viagras and stuff in the world, someone made one that didn't work, or they made 10 of them that didn't work. And that money's just gone. Whereas they could say, okay, well, this isn't, the U.S. didn't adopt this or whatever, but it's still kind of cool, and it's still better than the other one. It's just not good enough to completely replace it in the military's eyes. They could sell that. That would give them some money, and that'd give them some playroom to, maybe go to the next step even quicker instead of having to sit there and wait to recoup their losses to then research the next thing. So you might be right there.
I don't think they'll ever worry about the civilian market though, because they always have a really, really good, as you said, military market and all that stuff, and especially law enforcement, the way they are now. Some people are against it, some people are for it. They're involving a lot of military style weapons, as we'll call them.
G called it the militarization of the police. Yeah.
I'm actually not against that. I know a lot of friends that are cops, and I've actually been there multiple times where that type of equipment has saved multiple lives because you had some crazy asshole that decided it'd be a great idea to take his family hostage and shoot at a bunch of cops with an AR-15. So then, they'll pull up in their Crown Victorias and get riddled, and then they'll use a mine-resistant vehicle like an MRAP or a Cougar or something, and nothing, man. You can sit there, take cover, and extract the family, save the day. I got no problem with it. I'm not building a drug lab anytime soon, so I don't have to worry about it.
You have a saw.
I'm gonna say, yeah, I think part of the problem with militarization of police, and you're right, there are uses for some of the equipment and stuff, but I think you run the risk, and I'm not saying this happens all the time or whatever, but when you have the fun toys and the military style stuff, you're going to want to use the fun toys, and you're going to want to kind of act like the military. So it's like if cops giving out traffic tickets were all dressed up as SWAT people, they're just going to be itching for a high-speed chase or some crap. You know what I mean? I think it can kind of change their mentality, and you get a more aggressive style of policing.
Well, same thing, to counter that, the same thing could be said about allowing civilians to have, military style weapons. Obviously, they're not automatics, but right now, a civilian, if he has the money, can go out and buy pretty much whatever the military has, light of a automatic weapon, and certain armor and explosives. But if I had, a couple mil, I could go out and buy a tank, a Humvee, an MRAP, whatever, and all kinds of firearms and stuff like that. If I had $8,000 right now, I could go down to my gun shop, buy a 50 cal Barrett, no questions asked, and walk out in 5 minutes. And, if I can do that, there's a bad guy out there that doesn't have a record yet that can go out and buy that. So I'd say the trust on both sides needs to be, one is that, we don't take for granted. I'm trusting you guys to have this type of equipment if you need it to save your life, rescue a fallen officer, HRT, whatnot. You're trusting me that I can go and buy a Barrett that can rip through your engine block in your patrol car, and I could be staked up on a rooftop and take out 20 police officers. So you're trusting I'm not going to do that, and I'm trusting you're not going to become tyrannical. So I think as long as we have that trust, which, it depends on who you are. If you're one of those guys that, is, about throwing Molotov cocktails at police departments because you're pissed off that Michael Brown got shot, then yeah, you probably don't trust police. But if you're just a normal everyday Joe that follows the law, you know, and everything like that, and you know, you're not a gangbanger or a drug dealer or something like that, then yeah, you got nothing to worry about. You know, there's this one guy on my Facebook, man, who just like loses his mind over any time a cop gets a, you know, an MRAP or a Humvee or something like that. He's like, oh, the police are gonna go tyrannical. They're gonna kick at everyone's doors and light us up and kill us like the Nazis did. And it's like, dude, are you really worried about that? Like, if the day comes where that is something we need to worry about, the police becoming militarized against us, we got bigger problems. Like, if it's gotten that bad to where they're like, you know, Gestapoing their way through neighborhoods, ripping people out of homes, shit has really hit the fan. And America is in a full-out civil war. So, you know, I don't think we're there. I guarantee we're not there. Could we get there someday? Sure. Yeah, it's happened before in other countries. You know, it's you know, the Battle of Athens, you know, was a small kind of example of what happens, you know, when rights are trampled on. But I don't think that it's ever going to get that way, because I think, you know, citizens now, when something happens that is unjust, they stand up for it. It becomes this big commodity, you know, nationally. And I think people are held responsible. Are there some cases where bad cops slip through the cracks? Yes. You know, we have a good system. It's not perfect. But I think for the majority of police departments out there and police officers, they don't want to do that to civilians. You know, like I think that, you know, you have three types of people that join law enforcement. You have people that want to make a difference, protect their community, you know, and enforce the law. And then you have people that do it because it's a good job, good benefits, you know, and the retiring pension is pretty awesome. And then you have that third type that, you know, is kind of power hungry. But I would say the person that is power hungry is so very few. And unfortunately, if you watch the media, you're going to think it's every department. You know, I've known plenty of police officers. I grew up in a police family. I worked with law enforcement. And, you know, departments are not like that. In bigger cities, yes, you have a little more stuff because you have more people. It's kind of like saying, like, well, it's when anti-gunners are like, these guns are used, you know, for this, this, and that. Well, okay, so you have a society of 360 million people. A couple people are going to take an AR-15 and go schizoid with it. So you really can't blame the entire racket. And I just think people are so quick to jump to conclusions. They're so quick to, like, you know, think about the worst in people, that if you look at police departments as a whole and, you know, what they've done, like, they've only used those vehicles inappropriately a couple of times. And they've been these, like, way out in the middle of nowhere, like, you know, like good old boy sheriff. They get one from Homeland Security and they're like, yay, I'm going to go do a no-knock raid. And then, you know, they bust down Cletus's meth lab, and, you know, without a warrant or something like that. And then, you know, before you know it, you're trampling on my rights. And so, yeah, there have been some sort of stuff like that, but it's not happening in, like, a margin, a big enough margin to where I'd say it calls for some concern. If it does, man, screw me. I'll eat my words. I'll be like, you know what, I was wrong. But I don't think we're there, you know, and I think we can avoid getting to that point. You know, electing the right people, holding people responsible, and, you know, just being a normal person, being a good, decent human being. It's pretty far.
Right. Well, and that's, yeah, there's a couple things you said, and I've kind of forgotten because you went off a little bit, but
sorry.
No, that's fine. It's like, what the heck was it? You were saying about, you know, they kind of trust us with stuff and we trust them, and okay, fine, but I think it's been shown, like I said, I'm not saying it's everyone or whatever, but there are more examples of them, you know, misusing their power than the citizens misusing, you know, something that they're allowed to have. And so it's like, you're right, it's a balancing act where we're both trusting each other, and 98% of the time we both groups are perfectly fine, but or whatever, right? But I think that there are more cases of cops misusing their power than there are the citizens.
Well, right now, as you know, and the point you brought up, like Scottsdale Police Department, which is about a mile and a half down the road from me, is trusting that I won't go and set up behind a cinder block wall and unload on their police officers with this thing.
Right. And that's also because they don't have any, there's barely any, like, history of people like you ever doing that.
Right. And I would like, you know, well, not like me, but there's history of gun owners buying, you know, firearms to go out and do that. But because a couple of people do that, I don't think it merits us getting our guns taken away. Excuse me. Just like I don't think because a couple of cops have used equipment like that, it appropriately merits them getting their stuff taken away. And I would hold it up to the responsibility of the brass, the police administrators, to come down on that stuff. That is the things that, those are the things that citizens need to help hold police officers at a high standard. Look, we're going to give you this stuff. We're going to trust that you're going to use this correctly. But it is up to the responsibility of the Internal Affairs Division, the FBI, if there's any sort of civil thing involved, and other investigating agencies, that you hold them accountable for their actions when this equipment is used wrong. So, like my father said, he was offered a grant with Homeland Security to get those types of vehicles and everything like that. He was half and half on.
He was a former chief, right?
Right. And, he came home one day and he was kind of like, I don't know, someone was off about him. And I asked him, like, hey, what's wrong? He's like, well, all my officers were pissed off at me today. And I said, why? He's like, well, I had a meeting at the end of roll call that I had said no to getting a couple of MRAPs and some military equipment. Homeland wanted to give us a grant. They wanted to give us some equipment. And I said, any idea why? I'm curious. And he said, yes, I think my department should utilize that stuff if needed, but we're a small department. We're not like the city of Oxnard. We don't have, 200 sworn officers. We have 23 sworn officers, 3 non-sworn personnel. I don't think that our small department in the city of Port Hueneme, California needs MRAPs. We don't need this type of equipment, because what does that say about my community? What does it say that when we have people driving by our department and we have these tanks in our back motor pool, or our officers are dressed like they're going to invade Afghanistan? And he said, on the flip side of this, I know the guns that you have, and I know that they could be used against my officers if someday somebody decided to, do a, what is it called again? A straw purchase. And he's like, I'm not saying you, but say somebody with a clean record like yourself went and bought it for the Colonia Chicas gang members, which is about, about 1,000 of them in Oxnard. And, my officers come under ambush, with these high-powered weapons. And he's like, that is something I do worry about. But he's like, and that's where I'm torn. And, and I told my officers, like, look, I'm sorry. Like, we have AR-15s in the cars. We have MP5Ks. We have ballistic vests. We have computers. We have all this stuff. I don't think we need MRAPs, and I don't think we need, automatics. Not saying the day would never come when we need that, but I still want to keep it known that we do have a small department and we don't need that type of stuff. And if we need that type of stuff, we call an outside agency like SWAT from the associated city next to us, or, we call special weapons or any sort of task force squad. And he said that I could not, as a chief, be okay with my city having MRAPs go up and down the street on a raid or something like that. He's like, now I'm probably gonna eat my words, because there's gonna be a day where, somebody's gonna come at us with the stuff that, that you're able to get, and we're gonna be shit out of luck. But he's like, I just don't think we're there yet for the city. And if the day comes where we need all that stuff for a small city like Hueneme, that's a sad day. And he's like, so I'm looking at that from that perspective. I don't want my citizens to be like, wow, this city's so bad that they need tanks, or mine resistance. And I said, I have to disagree with you. And I said, because I think that day might come where your officers may need that type of protection. But, on the other side, yeah, you're right. The police agency next to you in the city over, they have all that stuff. And it's a bigger city. There's 600,000 people in Oxnard. And, they do have more problems. The city of Port Hueneme, it's about 200,000 people, mostly retirees and military. So it's right there. It's one of the main ports right next to Los Angeles. And barely anything happens, man. I used to be an explorer there, and I was a reserve cadet, and it's a boring police department. And yeah, it's just, so I can see his point, but on a larger scale, like a city like Detroit, New York, LA, I can see where they would need that type of stuff, because if you look at the Hollywood shootout in 1997, where the bank robbers they wheeled the AK-47s, those would have came in perfect for that. You know, they had so many officers down that were mortally wounded. They could have used those vehicles to go in there and extract the officers that had been shot, and then also provide cover for the civilians that were down or injured in the field of fire. So, you know, there's so many applications for this equipment, but I get what you're saying, to where you're like, if they have them, they're going to want to use them. And that's a valid, you know, that's a valid point. But that is why I stress that it is up to the responsibility of chiefs, commanders, lieutenants, you know, whatever your command structure is, to make sure that doesn't happen, to hold your officers accountable for using this equipment.
Right. And that's okay. So again, a couple things. I get what you're saying. It's nice to have if you need it. And the example you gave, that would have been a good time to use it. I don't know if Detroit has some. I'm sure they do. I can say I don't see them rolling down the street, so I'm not that concerned about it. So it even still, I'm not saying that there is a problem of them misusing it. I feel like the potential's there. It's just something to just kind of keep an eye on when we do it. It's not always just one-sided. But then secondly, are you saying, well, there may be a day where, you know, your little small town might need that stuff? I would argue that society has been getting safer, and has been getting safer for a while now, and there's no reason to think that trend is not going to continue. So if people aren't ambushing cops that often, I get it happens every once in a while, but they're not doing it all the time. There's no reason to think that in the future they're going to do it all the time. I think they'll do it even less in the future than they do it now, which is already like once in a while. Like, I don't know the numbers or anything, but you don't hear about it that often of, like, you know, there was like the Dallas dude, right? He was going nuts, but like that was months ago, and I can't think of another like high profile. And maybe it's just happening because they only get one guy or whatever, you know, and that's bad. But I don't know. I just think that the outlook on the future is going to be less violent than it is now, and it's not that violent now. So that's a good thing.
I think I can get his dad's perspective, because he was saying that he's a small department, right? I think what he was actually getting at is if it got to the point where his small department would need that stuff, there would have been warning signs that would have led up to a warning, up to a breaking point that would have said, oh shit, we need this. It wouldn't just be one day it's Mayberry, the next day it's utter chaos. You know, there would have been a buildup to necessitate it. And he was like, I don't want to stir the people and make them think that it's gone to shit in the handbasket in one day, you know?
Right.
And if there was signs that led up to that, he would just say, well, I just have to call a bigger department to come and assist us before it gets to that point, and maybe send some stuff over.
Yeah. And the thing is, like, with so how it is like, you know, let's say that this business card represents Oxnard, and this shell represents Port Hueneme. This is how big Port Hueneme is to Oxnard. Oxnard is like huge, and it's high crime. It's not a very good place to live, and if you live there, I'm sorry. That's where I was born and raised. So it's, you know, those departments need stuff like that, because, you know, the gang members, a lot of them are cartels. And how it happens is Oxnard is a very high agricultural area. So you have a lot of migrants that come from Mexico and settle into the city, and then they have children, but because of the lower socioeconomic area that they live in, the kids turn into gang members. You know, it's so cut and paste with that. I don't know why, but I mean, like, I guess they don't have good role models or something. But then they get recruited into very, you know, dangerous gangs like Southside Chicas, Colonia Chicas, Sureños, you know, a number of Latin gangs. And then they all kind of band together to have this kind of war on police. So that's when that department made the choice to get Bearcats, to get MRAPs, and automatic weapons, you know, more SWAT officers, because they need that. So I think that's what my dad was thinking. Like, if he ever needed that type of stuff, you know, he could call in advance to get it. And because the cities are so close to each other, there's even like a dispute, you know, whose side of the city is it on? Is this Miami? Is it Oxnard who has jurisdiction? And it's really like right next door to each other, so they could have those types of vehicles and equipment en route within minutes. So, but I mean, Sheriff Joe bought I think he got an MRAP donated and a tank. I think he had to give it back though, because Obama took it back. He said every department that has all this cool stuff, they have to give it back. And then Trump was like, no, that's not going to happen. We're giving that stuff back. So yeah, I think that's where this whole discussion came up the other day. But me personally, I don't have a problem with it. You know, just use it correctly. Don't use it to go and, you know, get somebody for unpaid parking tickets. I don't have a problem with it. As I said, like, if the day comes where it does become a problem and police have joined, you know, against like a tyrannical federal government, there's bigger problems. It means that day has happened where our government turned against its people.
Hi.
I hear babies in the background. Gavin must be here.
Yeah, she started this howling thing recently.
Oh no, the baby cooing.
Arr.
What's up, man? How you been?
I'm alright. I got off work early because of snow.
Roger. It's snowing up in Oregon?
No, but they're fucking pussies at my work.
Oh, fucking DOT.
No, they're contracted through DOT.
Even worse.
Is it one of those like it might snow tomorrow, so we're calling off now kind of thing?
No, it snowed and did freezing rain yesterday, and the roads are almost cleared up, but it's still like 25 degrees out. So when it melts, it's just gonna freeze again and whatever.
Where is Flippy?
Flippy is playing Ark like a little nerd.
Or I don't. Flippy.
Flippy has children's handwriting. Actually, I've seen children with better handwriting.
That was pretty good, Brandon. That was pretty good.
Dude, we had this girl at class the other day that was rocking a Ruger American. She actually did pretty well with it. It's really cool to watch people at these classes like literally have no idea what they're doing. And then at the end of like an 8-hour day, which usually drags into like a 12-hour, they're so confident with their weapon. They, you know, it's just, you know, the finesse, the transitions are just so smooth to where like, you know, you see them in the beginning, they're just like, is this right? To like at the end of the class, they're just like, ding, ding, ding. You know, it's pretty cool. Pretty cool to watch somebody advance.
I'll be right back, boys.
Okay. Make sure you tell DB to come in too.
Oh, sorry. I was just taking a sip of Mountain Dew, and it was very refreshing.
Oh, I thought you were doing a mimic. Did you remember Mika on election night, how shit-faced he was? It was so funny. Oh, dude, it was hilarious. When Trump won, he was like, I'm so happy for you guys. And I was like, dude, he's talking normal.
Yeah, all of a sudden he's like, well, you see, I think really the problem here is that the systemic relationship between it's like, wait, what?
It's like, whoa, that's crazy. The wonders of alcohol.
Actually, that is quite pedantic, and let me tell you why.
You guys have been
In the
very
3rd century BC,
move to trench.
Okay, go to command prompt, type in reformat /C,
No.
and it will make all your videos way better.
Negative.
All right, then just hit F7 a bunch of times.
Yeah.
Oops. I don't like how thick, not think.
Well, like he did multiple classes. He did a private class. He was teaching introduction to carbine, tac pistol 1 and 2. And they did like CQC and shotgun. So I have to do them in increments. I want to take one of the classes, man, but it's either I make money or I spend money.
That is the economy of money.
Yeah, I was training at when I lived in Cali at TFTT. They don't do it anymore because they got activated to go and work for the State Department. A lot of them were, a lot of the guys were still active. That was the first time I passed out in a class. It's funny. I was like next to this Marine who was we were both running the drills, man. He just kept on running us and running us and running us, and we couldn't even stop to go and get water. And I probably didn't hydrate enough. And then I'm looking through my freaking aim point, and then like my dot dude is just like, woo! And I was like, what the fuck? And then like just, you know, like you start seeing like this black tunnel vision, and then I'm just like, I'm gonna pass out. Safety of the rifle. And then like I woke up like 2 seconds later, I looked over and like the Marine that was shooting next to me passed out too. I was like, oh, thank God it wasn't just me. You know, it's funny. Somebody asked me like, why would you take a class like that? Like, why? You know, what would be the need to take a class like that? I said, well, first of all, they're freaking fun. Second of all, builds confidence, safety, discipline. Get to learn your weapon better. A number of reasons. And this person's like, why do you need to have a civilian learn how to execute military maneuvers? I was like, well, dude, first, I'm not a civilian, okay? Second, like, who cares? Even if a civilian were to take a class like that. So what's new with everyone? Is everybody dead?
Everybody's muted.
Rogue, I don't believe I've met you before, sir. How are you?
Not too bad. I haven't been on in like a year and a half.
Yeah, I think about a year and a half is when I started joining the chats on gun channels.
That's actually why he left. He
makes
was
sense.
talking about it earlier. Yeah, you missed it, but he was like, yeah, this Brandon dude started showing up, and I just bailed.
Yeah,
I can't
Yeah,
do
it's
it.
creeping me out.
Yeah.
I do that, man. I have that effect.
Nah, we retired out of the military, so I was in the process of moving back and finally am set up.
Back to the life, huh?
Yeah, it's not too fun.
So boring.
Yeah, I just got laid off for the winter, and 2 days into it, I'm going nuts.
Yeah, dude, it's impossible. Like once you've done a routine like that for so long, just to Netflix and chill. It was funny. I was talking with my buddy. He's a private contractor, and but he did 8 years Marine Corps, left as a sergeant, and he was saying, dude, I cannot just Netflix and chill. When I come home, and if I'm sitting down, I feel like I'm missing something, like something's going on that I need to be a part of. He's like, it just drives me nuts. He's like, my girlfriend's like, why can't you just sit down, relax, watch TV? He's like, cause I don't want to relax. Like, like we should be doing something, hiking somewhere, getting ready to deploy or something.
Yeah, there's nothing to do here in Illinois. Nothing at all.
You can go run around in some empty cornfields.
There you go. Were you in, what branch were you in?
I was in the Army for 10 years. Got medically retired because of my back.
That sucks, man. I'm sorry to hear that. What happened to your back?
I had 2 discs completely blown.
Oh. Your L1 and L2 or like?
My L5S1.
Fuck. Yeah, I had my L1, L2 go, and they just, boom, dude, just exploded. And then I had my lateral meniscus and my ACL go too.
Cadaver and titanium in my spine right now.
Did that work?
Mine
Does
worked
that
really
mean, like,
good.
you're kind of a zombie and kind of a Terminator?
No, I'm more susceptible to cold though.
I think you're half zombie, half Terminator.
Smeggy's half snowman, so.
No, I'm all snowman, big boy. Too much snowman for you to handle, Mr. Desert Guy.
Oh shit.
I'm actually surprised. We were supposed to get snow today, and I haven't seen any yet. So either it's coming later than they thought it would, or they were wrong. Surprise, surprise.
You mean the media was wrong?
Well, not even just the media, just weathermen in general. And I will admit, the weather I'm thinking of the last time I looked at it was, I don't know, Monday night or Tuesday, and it said it was supposed to snow Thursday. So I'll give them that. It's been a couple days out. It's a little harder, but still. I do remember, though, there was a study where they looked at local weather channels, or like on the news, right? The weather people on the news. And all they asked basically was, will it rain tomorrow? And then they looked what they said and then what it actually did. And they did the study of, I don't know, however many of these local little places. And they found that the weathermen were correct 48% of the time. It was just under just under being half right, which if you think about it, it's pretty horrible because most of the time it's like one of them rainstorms where, you know it's going to rain for 2 or 3 days in a row. So at least a couple of those are givens because it rained yesterday. It's going to rain. It rained today. It's going to rain tomorrow. And then there's the other ones where there's not a cloud in the sky and you can correctly predict it's not going to rain tomorrow because there's not even a cloud in the state. So now you're looking at just the questionable ones. They must have got those wrong almost 100% of the time to make it so the overall total was 48% right.
I never trust the weatherman when it comes to weather.
My favorite weatherman thing, it's kind of weird to have a favorite weatherman thing, but we were up north getting ready for hunting. So, we watch the news. We only get 2 channels up there. Actually, right now, we don't get any channels because we got a new TV and it doesn't pick up the signal good or whatever because we just have rabbit ears, and we got the little digital converter, all that crap. It worked on the old TV. The new one, the digital converter or whatever, isn't strong enough. I don't know. It's just weird. Anyway, so we're watching the news the night before just to see, okay, what's the weather going to be like tomorrow? And then, we're going to shut it off. And this guy, this is an actual quote. It is absolutely probably going to rain tomorrow, maybe. You want to throw some more qualifiers in there for sure? I mean, he should have said maybe for sure. He should have added in a couple more.
That's awesome.
It is absolutely, probably going to rain to sure. Maybe. It's like his confidence went down as he was talking. Like, maybe. I don't know. That's right. I was watching this thing on what was it on? Like I think it was on Nat Geo or whatever, called Safari Live. It was actually kind of neat. It was these people are like out in the like safari, and they have like 4 or 5 cameramen like out and about, but like they stream it live. And so it's like you see animals and stuff, but you never quite know what's going to happen. And they switch between the two, and then they'll show like little, pre-canned like video that they took previously and have little stories or whatever. But this lady goes, all right, so tweet us at like, hashtag Safari Live, and in one word describe what it's like to see all these new little babies, because like apparently it's like baby season on the safari right now.
Right.
And she goes, and my one word is absolutely stunning. And I'm like, those are 2 words. What the fuck? So I tweeted at her and I was like, my one word, absolutely, positively don't understand what only one word means. But I don't know. I guess that's what happens with live TV. You can't take back what you say, but I just thought it was funny.
Dude, there was this thing on Fox where they were chasing down this cholo that like just shot somebody, and they were chasing him down. He started getting surrounded by the police, and he looked all around him, and like he was like this. He was like just looking all around. He's like, and then he's like, and then he just went boom, freaking threw cherry pie all over the place, and the guy was like, pull up, pull up, pull up. And he's like, folks, we apologize for that. This is live, and we could not predict that was going to happen. And I was like, you saw the guy's face. He was like kind of like shit out of luck, at the road's end. What do you think he was going to do? I surrender,
Well, that's what you'd hope he'd do.
I'm glad he didn't. Just one more freaking taxpayer. Was that movie 3,000 Miles of Graceland when Kevin Costner goes out with the saw and tries to blast all the FBI agents at the end, and those 2 feds are like, I'm glad he didn't give up. I wouldn't have.
I don't know. Didn't see it.
Dude, that's an awesome movie. There's so much good gunplay in that movie.
Yes, it was.
It was pretty epic, man. Yeah, at the end, like, he's been stung by a scorpion, like a black crazy emperor or something like that. I don't know, something. So he's like starting to hallucinate a little bit. And he like freaking picks up the saw, and he's all
you can just demonstrate because you have a saw laying around the house.
pretty much. And so he's all like, do you recognize me now? Because I recognize you. And he's like an Elvis impersonator. And how the story goes, like, Elvis is his biological father. So like he shoots the mirror, and then like he freaking walks out into like this main warehouse where there's like all these FBI SWAT team members, and they're all like, nobody shoots. And then he's like, the Fed's like, he's not giving up. And then he just goes, wham, picks up the saw and just starts like, and then like they drop some hard rock music. Dude, it's pretty awesome. Are you on Instagram, Shaggy?
Yeah.
I actually just uploaded the scene.
Oh man.
Hi, everybody.
It's Mr. Nice.
Hi, Dr. Raphael.
Greetings.
But it's a good movie for guns, and it's actually a good movie just overall, is Chappie.
Oh, I'm trying to watch that.
It's a good movie. You know what it reminds me of? It's like It's like Short Circuit, which was one of my favorite movies as a kid, but for adults. Because there's swearing and gunfights and all sorts of stuff. But it's like that whole thing of like a robot, dealing with humanity because he becomes, like artificially intelligent and all this stuff. Like I don't know. I really like that sci-fi genre because I think artificial intelligence is very interesting.
Mm-hmm. It's a good movie, but it's tough because they treat Chappie crappy.
Yeah, that's messed up when they do what they do to him.
It's okay though; it gets good.
Think Daddy want to go to sleep? No, Daddy's already slept.
Oh my god, the part when they trick him to steal cars, which again, Short Circuit, those guys trick him to take all of the radios.
Bank, yeah.
Don't steal from Daddy.
Man. See, we take the radios and fix them because like they're broken and stuff. And we got all these cars to do, man. And we got little babies. And then all of a sudden they like, peek around the corner and all the cars are open. And he's got all the radios and imitating the dude from the TV. I got AM FM. I got tape decks at low prices. I'm crazy. But anyways, it's that part where he's like, yeah, that guy, he took my car. And he's like, he rips the dude out of the car. He's like, no one takes Daddy's car. No one takes Daddy's car. That's bad. He's like stealing all the cars. I was freaking laughing my ass off at that scene.
I'm on the part where he takes the Barbie doll and gives it a haircut like mommy's. It's cute. But he's ashamed to show it to Daddy. Yeah, he's got a doll. It's a cute flick. Lots of guns. Wow.
Do. Oh, there it is. Oh wait, no, that's the SPAS 12.
Hello, everybody in TV land.
Ain't nobody in TV land here.
YouTube land.
I bet you there ain't nobody in YouTube land either.
No. Gun channels land.
That's probably more accurate.
How was the Daily Show?
I don't know. It was messed up for me. I couldn't watch it.
Had to work.
Yeah, YouTube was like messed up. Some people were watching it fine, but it never really loaded for me.
It didn't load for me very good either.
All right, Schmitty, I just uploaded the scene, dude. Check it out.
All right. Yeah, I saw you uploaded another one, which was the he had the SPAS 12. Was playing with it.
Copyright. Watch out.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
The Enterprises.
Okay, I'm a little confused. So, well, okay, now they're hitting him. I was gonna
The
say
lights
he's
are
got all these lasers on him, and they're all shooting, but like for the first couple seconds, nothing was hitting him. It's like, what? That doesn't make any sense. They were already all aimed at him.
It's magic.
I guess so.
Movie magic.
Yeah.
The movie has some of the best shooting scenes I've ever seen. Like, the cinematography is freaking wicked. They got Ice-T hanging upside down with two P90s, like just. It's so funny.
It's lemonade. Love that commercial. Had to do it.
What's wrong with people? Ba-do-do-do-do-do.
Yeah, he has like a really nice. What's the company that made the really short Patriot M4? Olympia, I think. Trying to remember. Olympia Arms. I think it's Olympic Arms or something. Anyways, they made like an M4 that had a barrel this long, like as big as my iPhone, and he has that with like a Betamax. Man, he just rocks with it. Yes, sadly, it was like the movie came out when I worked in the movie theater as a kid, and I remember, man, we sold out like every single show, but the critics said it was terrible because they're like, it's too violent.
I haven't been to a movie theater in maybe a decade.
Jesus, man, you need a date.
Like, I haven't seen anything worth going to a movie theater.
You know what I just realized?
There's been a ton of movies out.
Today is Thursday.
Yes, it is.
So?
Yankee Marshall is on.
That's not what I'm thinking of. More related to you, sir.
Oh, it is Thursday.
It's Thursday. Okay, that's fine.
It's Thursday.
You didn't jump in before the chat went live. I understand. Okay, never mind. Continue. Yeah, I think the new Star Wars looks pretty good.
Hell yeah.
I don't know when I'm going to get a chance to see it, but
I got tickets to go see opening premiere at the Mandarin Theater in Hollywood.
Oh, cool. Hollywood.
Hollywood's nice. I do miss like the film stuff of California. I just wish we could take Arizona's laws and put them in California.
Mm-hmm.
It's so funny, man, because like California, you can't even have a 30-round magazine. But when they were filming Swordfish, I was an extra in the movie, and they had M60 machine guns, M4s, like miniguns. They were shooting them back and forth all over the streets, and I was like, these are automatics. Yeah, they were shooting blanks, but you know, like it's Like,
Inception.
yep. So all you have to do is say you're filming a movie. I guess you're good to go.
I guess they have a prop warehouse somewhere out there.
Yeah. Well, there's different armorers that get hired to do. There's different armorers that get hired to do films. Like there was this one movie called Jarhead that came out a long time ago, and the armorer for that movie came into my store. I worked at an airsoft store, and he came in and he bought all our M4s and all our like mini guns and all our props, and he used them for the movie. And also, if you've seen that movie World War Z, they had to use a lot of props because the Hungarian authorities ended up taking their automatics because they didn't have a permit to use those in that country. And so there's a scene where you have like a roving patrol of Marines on board the carriers, and there's this one Marine that's on the deck, like on the bow, and he's holding an M16 at patrol ready, and on the side it says Classic Army Airsoft.
I guess they'll have to digitally blur that in the future.
Well, they don't think people will catch it. That's why I like watching The Walking Dead as a pain in the ass. Like when Rick held that revolver at Jesus and he's all like, how do I know it's loaded or something like that? It's like, it's a revolver, man.
I like finding money. So it's Thursday.
Yep.
Smeggy, you around? He's not. Looks like I'll be going to Miami this weekend. Gonna visit the folks.
Nice, man. You guys stay there for Christmas?
No, just this weekend. Maybe next one too. There are a lot of kids over there. My niece's kids. She's got 5 kids.
Oh, geez.
Christmas. Yeah. It's Christmas time in Miami.
Like Home Alone.
Oh, no. Definitely won't be alone for Christmas.
Oh snap! Now we're talking.
It came with a instruction manual, kind of plastic thing.
Whatever that, that's some plastic thing, I guess, huh?
Like a big mustache. Still good. Doesn't rattle. That's a good thing. General safety. I'm all about safety. I will read this. I'm all about safety. It's Christmas.
Almost, man.
Oh snap! You'll shoot your eye out, kid.
This is so exciting. It's like I just got a new thing.
You got a new thing.
This is unprecedented, man. Lobby history.
I think this opens up, but I don't know how. To look it up. No, maybe it doesn't.
There's a little hole in it, right?
Yeah, it's a little hole.
Yeah, that's basically, it just has like a little trap door, and there's a little like cigar tube kind of thing that's a cleaning kit.
Yep.
And that's what that's for.
Looking forward to looking at it. But oh snap! Guess that gun.
I'll be back.
That's pretty awesome, dude.
Yeah. Don't say. Don't say.
Oh.
It's Christmas time.
That's pretty cool, dude. Well, welcome to the club.
Thank you. I was in the club. It just took me a while.
Well, I think now that it's in your hands, we can say you are officially a gun owner.
I'm officially one of you guys.
Look at man, you're just operating like a boss.
Ta-da! It's magic. I'm ready for April.
No, you're ready for April.
That's it. So there it is. It's a Hungarian AMD 63. So it's a variant of the AK-47. Ta-da!
Very cool, dude.
Put it back in the box. Tapco.
Yeah. I mean, they work, but I like them. I like metal mags.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I got metal mags too. But wait, there's more.
More.
No.
What?
What?
Hang on, I gotta lock in your screen. What is it?
Oh. Die Hard. Yes, that gun.
Yo, that's a cool AK. I wanted one of those. Back in like 2005, I almost bought one, and I regret not doing it.
It's good and cheap.
How much was it?
$4.99.
Woo, that's good.
It's on sale. Classic Firearms. Where I also got this thing.
Is that the F or the S?
The S, yes.
Oh, the what's it called? The surplus pistols.
Yeah, police. It's not police. Like they.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Is it Italian police? Yeah.
Italian police with a little holster wear, but
That'll
nice.
just look
Does
like
that-
you've
does that have
had it
a-
for a long time.
Does that have like the regular magazine release, or is it the one at the bottom?
One on the bottom, the old European style.
Yeah.
Well, that actually
haven't
that wasn't that bad as some of the other European ones where it actually like the thing goes underneath the magazine. Yeah, you gotta kind of
Yeah. I
push
hate
that
that
out of
one.
the way. It's a pain in the ass.
Like my mom has this little Jimenez 380, and it has that release at the bottom. I hate it. But that one's pretty cool.
It's a big button on the bottom of the.
You like a gun with a big button?
Yeah, I mean it drops pretty easily and whatnot.
Yeah.
It's just you won't really be able to grab that with your thumb like while shooting. So it's just gonna be you're always gonna have to kind of reach over, hit that, and then your hand will be right there. You can catch your mag, I guess, but
Anywho, that's my range toy.
yeah, I think that's I mean that's gonna be a really nice range gun because it's gonna be accurate as hell. It's gonna be comfortable to shoot, and yeah, you're gonna have a lot of fun with that.
Yep. I think it's 15 rounds in one.
Yeah, that sounds right. Gun porn galore.
Gun porn galore.
I think you spelled galore wrong, but you know,
I did.
I figured
And
it out.
my brain could not figure out how to do it right. Like I saw the little red thing underneath, you know, it underlines like a word that's spelled wrong. There you go. Yeah, it's just my brain wasn't working, man. It's like I don't know what.
My name is Pussy Galore.
Well, you know what? Bam, bam. Now no one knows of my mistake.
Power is getting to your head. Anywho, that was Thursday. Today I had to run over there and get it before I have to work. I was sweating because the guy had lost my paperwork, so I had to wait a while. Not gonna wait 3 more days.
Right, because yeah, you had already filled out the 4473 and all that stuff, right?
Yep.
And then you just had to wait 3 days because of the waiting period.
Well, it's more than 3 days because I signed all of my paperwork on Friday, and then I have to wait until Thursday. So it's
Yeah, but the weekend doesn't count. Well,
weekend
but
doesn't
still,
count.
I guess that's still 4 days. You had Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then you could pick it up on Thursday.
The waiting.
Yeah, that's just like ordering stuff online when you have like a couple days shipping, but it's like they don't package the stuff up on the weekend. So it's like they don't even start packing up till Monday, and then it has to go to the mail, and it's like, yeah, that happened to me. What was I was ordering something, and I ordered it like Friday night, which okay, that doesn't really count because the business already closed for the night. But then they don't work Saturday, Sunday, or if they do, they don't like package new orders or whatever. So it's like they didn't even ship it out till like Tuesday or Wednesday, which is fine. Okay, they had a couple orders ahead of mine or whatever. I remember what it was. It was it was my 17 HMR that I was having shipped to Cabela's. Like I bought it from their website and had it shipped to the store, and then you just go pick it up from the store. But anyway, so they didn't ship it out to like midweek. Well, then it didn't quite get to their store like by the weekend. So then like those other couple days don't count. And then we kept going on the next week or whatever. And then there was a holiday or something. It's like they didn't get the thing in for almost like 2 weeks. And I was like, gosh darn it, man, this sucks. I want it now. But if you look at it time wise, it was only like 5 business days or whatever, but it was almost like 2 weeks worth of time. However, it worked out. It was weird.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, all right, whatever.
The worst is, for me at least, stuff coming from China.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it's just going to take everyone a long time to get that kind of stuff, That's one of the things, if you're doing it, to kind of expect that. I would not expect to order something like on a Friday night that's somewhere in the middle of the country, and all it has to do is get to Michigan, and it's like 2 weeks later before I get it.
The fastest thing I've ever received was something from Amazon that I ordered on Friday, and it showed up Monday. I don't know how they did it. It's just...
Well, one of the things is if they still move stuff over the weekend. They just don't deliver it to people. So if it's like on a cargo ship, or not ship, but like on a plane or whatever, or in a semi truck, like it's still moving across the country Saturday and Sunday. They just don't put it out onto the trucks for delivery.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, sometimes that time does still count, but other times it's like it gets to a place and then it sits for the weekend because they just don't ship it out or whatever.
Yeah,
I don't know, whatever it was. It's like I said, that one time that was like, I remember tracking it, going like, it's not moving. Like, why aren't you? What are you doing? And it was all like the weekends and holidays and shit. Apparently, their warehouses don't ship stuff out on the weekends or something.
Yeah, this thing is coming from, I think, North Carolina, and it went to Indiana for some reason. And I thought it was supposed to be going ground. And all of a sudden it showed up over here at the FFL.
Well, it could be that they have a big, like a distribution thing there. So it's like they drive everything there and then put it on stuff that goes to certain regions or whatever. I don't know.
Anywho, I'm happy to get it. Freedom!
Yeah, dude, that's cool. And I didn't know about the other one either. That was a complete surprise to me.
Well, you need something to shoot. There's not places that you can shoot rifle. Sometimes it's just handgun. So you gotta have both. I'm ready. No, I gotta hunt down that ammo. I'll be going to, from here on my way to Miami, there's one Bass Pro Shop. In Naples, on my way to Miami, there's another one. And when I get to Miami, I'm gonna go to the other Bass Pro Shop. I'm gonna hit 3. Somebody's gonna have something. I hope. So I'll have 4 different tries. Galore. Yeah. Is that how it's spelled? It's good to know. Learn something new every day. Get tickets for Rogue One or Star Wars Story. I hope it's good. I don't know. I saw those stormtroopers in the tropical island. I think that the good thing about Star Wars was it was based on a lot of mythology, and now it's it might be straying a little bit to another thing. It was the hero's journey. And it was deep. Now it's just maybe a bit of an adventure. No. Maybe it'll be good. What quarter? Oh, that's not it. A quarter.
Oh snap! He's getting out the guitar.
Welcome to Smeggy Channel After Dark.
Hey, don't put this on me, man. You're the one doing it.
Hello, Peoria.
I'm just here for the gun porn.
I had a BB gun.
You say you have a BB gun? Is that what you just said?
It's like that Yankee Marshall video.
Oh man, you got more gun porn.
Yeah, I just got done cleaning it. That's why I hasn't been talking much.
I clean my guns with the blood of my enemies. But then
That's
they rust more often, so that's kind of bad.
Deadly.
It's my toilet shooter.
A little like dart gun or something.
Yeah, it's got a little hook you can hang on the bathroom door while you're taking a crap. I use it in my man cave. My bathroom's not big enough. Here, I got one you'll like. I know you'll like this one.
Yay.
Oh yeah, very nice. I guess.
It's the only Glock that I haven't sold after 2 months of owning.
Cool. But I don't have any blocks.
Yeah, I actually bought one for my girlfriend as her first gun, and then I shot it and liked it, so I started carrying it, and she got mad when she found out I was carrying it. So I had to go buy myself one.
Well, yeah, you can't take the girl's gun.
That's usually what I carry at work.
Schmeggy,
My M&P 9's too big.
Schmeggy, I see that you just deleted my correction of your word and played it off like it was yours.
Yeah, I thought you noticed that when I said it, because right after I said, "Oh, I can fix this. No one will ever know I was
no,
wrong."
I just came back.
Oh. Yeah, see, so now it's just like, oh, I was right the first time.
That's just the government, man. That's how they keep us down.
Yeah. Oh, I got no problem with that. That's I'm a
just
tyrannical government. What are you gonna do about it?
You're extraterrestrial. Maybe not tyrannical.
Why do you think it's snowing everywhere right now? Because I said so. I control the weather.
I thought God just had dandruff right now.
No, all me.
No, that's all my dandruff.
Sure, snow comes from dandruff. Okay.
It's God's dandruff. My mom told me. She also said, all them alligators so angry because they got all them teeth and no toothbrush.
Something's wrong with your Dula Malagadon or whatever.
No, Colonel Sanders, y'all wrong. My daughter's having a conversation with herself.
Cool.
She's crazy. They grow so fast.
Too fast.
Yeah, if she could just stay at this size and age, that'd be great.
Oh, cool.
Got some accessory porn.
Oh damn! Did you kidnap that?
No, I bought.
Is that one
I
of the
also bought
civilian
a-
models?
Yeah, it does the same thing.
Yeah.
Oh.
So did they run the early watch this morning?
Yeah, earlier watch was on.
Sweet. Man, I hate my work schedule. I don't even get to participate in that anymore. But we always got the weekend watch.
Yeah, there's always something to watch.
Yeah, the lobby's where it's at though.
Especially my lobby. That's the best of all of them.
Yeah. And then Pinks. And then maybe Dead Horse or Night Strike.
April 27th through the 30th is the NRA meeting next year.
You gonna be there? Is that one in? Is that one in Texas or Georgia?
Well, my internet's all screwed up. I heard you say something, and then it like all got all whacked out.
Oh, I was saying, is it in Texas or Georgia?
Atlanta.
What'd you say?
It's in Atlanta.
ATL. Yo, so DB's gonna be there.
Oh, you know it.
Are you
He
gonna
said
meet
I
up
could sleep on his couch if I wanted to.
down in the hood?
I'm pretty sure he wasn't serious, so I'll probably look for a hotel anyways, but, you know.
Hope it ain't as bad as that last one. He was telling me like he was at one where some shady dudes were talking to him.
Yeah, I was standing right next to him with that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that
I
was
was right next to the airport and shit. Okay, anytime a dude walks up, there's actually two guys. They walked up. You know, we saw him from a while away. He claims he saw them way before me and Marco did, but okay, whatever. I saw him a while ago too. Anyways, they walk up, and the guy opens his mouth with, "I don't mean you no harm, but..."
Yeah.
And then he goes, "You got like some money or something?" And, you know, we're like, "Nah, not really, bro. Sorry." Like, you know, most people don't carry cash with them anymore, you know, whatever.
Right.
And they walk like, I don't even know, like 10, 15 feet away or something. And they kind of stop and they have a little huddle. And that's when we're like, yeah, that's not good. I mean, we're sitting there like, all right, let's bail out. And that's DB saying he's getting ready to go back in, and he's got to use his card to open up the lobby door and all that shit. But basically, I didn't quite hear what they said, but I heard the other dude, the one who hadn't talked yet, and he goes, "Just let it go, man," or just forget about it, man. Something like that. So it's like the dude who asked us for money was then over there going like, I bet you we could take them. Let's just fucking go beat them up.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Like,
Yeah, I know that old scheme where they come and test you first.
yeah, exactly. So it's like, all right, dude. But that's all right. DB would have saved us with his shield.
Yeah, he said that's all. I think he was the only one that had his gun on him.
At that time, yes, because I didn't have mine on me because we had been drinking.
Right.
So by me following the law, I wasn't carrying.
Yeah, I hate that.
Yeah. So that was one of those like, whoop. And then I ended up leaving shortly after that because they were all in the same hotel. I was in a different one, and DB had to take his dogs out anyways or whatever. So I was like, hey, do you mind, like, let's just all go out together and shit? Because I don't know, because they started, like, even after they walked away after their little powwow, they were still, like, walking around the parking lot and shit. I don't know if they were looking for cars to break into or, like, what. I mean, they didn't look like they were up to any good.
Right.
And, yeah, so it was like, you know, I don't want DB getting into some shit, even though he could probably take care of himself. At the same time, it's better to have a witness if something goes down instead of just him versus those two guys or whatever. And then secondly, me being selfish is, you know, I wanted to make sure I got to my car and got the fuck out of there. So basically we went out together and they weren't around there anymore. We kind of like looked around and stuff. They weren't in the parking lot anymore. That was maybe like 20 minutes later or something when I left. And so we stood out and just kind of talked or whatever while he had his dog. And then like he went back inside and I jumped in my car and I went back to my hotel.
Jumped in the foe, hit the juice on your ride.
Sure.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's one of those things. Yeah. If we were, you know, a couple little ladies or something, I guarantee that was, you know, that was a mugging waiting to happen.
Right.
And the only thing was like, okay, it was 2 versus 3. And, you know, it's like, I'm sure that's the guy was kind of sizing up like, well, I mean, that one dude's tall, but he looks kind of skinny. So I could probably take him. And yeah, that other guy's probably trouble, but you take the other one. I'll take those two. You know what I mean? Like, that's what the guy was probably like strategizing. Like, I bet you we could do it.
Yeah. Yeah. It's never good when somebody comes up and they ask you for something or they get really close in your face.
Well, and that is the one thing they didn't get like right up on us. He started talking while he was still a little bit of ways, which is good because yeah, I don't let people like get right up close to me, especially because dude, they'll come in and they'll talk real soft because then you lean in, right? Because that's what humans do when humans are communicating with each other and they can't hear. They're like, oh, what was that, dude? I'm sorry, I'll help you out. You know, like. And then that's when there's trouble. So I've always like take half a step back or like kind of turn to the side a little bit or like, so it's like, yeah, no, you're not getting freaking close to me.
What do you say? Whoa, bitch, whoa. Yeah. I've had people do that to me. Me and my buddies just go, nah, man, we can't help you.
Right. Well, especially if you're like, okay, sure, dude, and you pull out like your wallet with $50 in it, and you hand them $1. They're gonna be like, that's cool. Give me the other 49. You know.
Yeah,
like,
and as you're looking down in your wallet, they fucking uppercut you or some shit.
Yeah, and you're distracted now because you're looking down to get your stuff, and that's when the second one comes around the side. Yeah, it's just like sorry, like I don't mind helping people, but there's a time and the place when I'll like help someone, and it's not when. Like 2 people come and approach me. So I don't know.
I hear you, man.
But speaking of that, like talking quiet thing, there was a dude that and I really didn't hear what he said the first couple times, but he said something real quiet. I was like, oh, what was that? Like I was actually in a Taco Bell that was like 2 blocks away from where I worked. I walked there all the time for lunch, so like I knew everyone in there or whatever. And this dude was like, I think I was sitting there like waiting for my tacos, and he was like sitting at the table, like kind of like near the line. And I was like, "What was that, dude?" He's like, and I was like, I can't understand what you're saying. Sorry, man. I have bad ears. And like he was waiting for me to like get closer to him or something. I'm like, whatever, dude. Like, if you want to talk to me, you'll like talk louder.
Yeah.
And then I finally figured out he was saying something like, "Hey man, you smoke down?" Like he was basically trying to sell drugs. And I was like,
Oh.
"Oh, that's what you said." Yeah, no, man, go away.
Yeah, man, you almost got yourself beat up.
Well, I don't know about that one. I think he was trying to just be like discreet because you're not going to yell across the
No,
restaurant
not
like,
on that one. I was talking about the DB one.
"Oh, yeah, I don't know, maybe."
Yeah, I've had people come up and like also they like get really close to you and say, "What up, man?" You know, and then however you play from there depends on what they do to you. But that was back when I was in the service, so we always hung out with each other, you know, big groups.
Yeah, I mean, it just depends. It's like if if you see what's going on and you just kind of pay attention to stuff, then you're less likely to ever like get surprised or whatever.
Exactly.
And they notice that too. Like if you catch their eye when they're still way far out, and you maybe even give them a little head nod or something, like, "Yeah, I see you," like
Yeah, it's just like
they might not even approach you after that because they're like, "Oh crap, like this guy, like he got a good look and I'm still really far away, and he's the type of person who's paying attention to what's around, and they're
Yeah.
looking for the dude playing on the phone where you can practically bump into him and he doesn't even notice you're there. That's the person they're looking for."
got to create a hard target, or at least not a soft target. People size you up just like animals size each other up, you know?
Yeah.
This game's pretty fun. Call to Arms.
But that's one of the things where that's why concealed carry I think is important. I know, G-Webs has said this kind of stuff before, and so I will give him credit on this, is that when we talk about like self-defense and stuff, it's hard because in our brain, most of us are all like, fairly healthy, fairly, young men or whatever, maybe there's some old guys and stuff, but like you can only think about from your own point of view. And so when I think about that situation of that 2-on-3, like, okay, there was 3 young guys versus 2 young guys, like we could take them, like we probably would have got some hits in or whatever. And, maybe someone have a black eye or something, but it's like, yeah, it probably wouldn't have been that big of a deal, whatever. But then you got to think about, what if it was 2 little old ladies standing outside when those 2 guys walked up? What if it was a dude in a wheelchair when those 2 guys walked up? What if it's a guy an old guy with a cane when those 2 guys walked up? Those are the people that need the concealed carry stuff,
right? And they need to know how to use it.
Well,
I've seen a lot of people. Not a lot. I'd say a handful of people that have their concealed carry but don't even have a gun yet.
Yeah, well, and some of that is just people they wanted to get it and get the training and all that stuff, and they haven't decided what they want yet, and it's like, well, yeah, okay. I mean, I guess that's it. I'll tell you what, getting the training side of a concealed carry, I'm never gonna discourage someone from doing that, even if they don't have the money to buy a gun quite yet.
Right, exactly.
Because then the other thing is maybe when they take that class and you learn a lot of stuff, maybe they might realize that they're not ready for that responsibility. And I'm not going to fault someone for that either. I wish them to not be like that, but there are some people that after the thing are like, wow, dude, like I have a responsibility, 1, like not to get myself in bad situations, and 2, to take someone's life if they're threatening me, kind of thing. Like that's some people can't handle that. I know my mom's like that. She has said, because I've mentioned like, dude, what if, a lot of times she'll be like home by herself and stuff. I'm like, What if a bunch of guys like break in and just decide to assault you or whatever? She's like, well, it is what it is, And I was like, really? I'm like, what if they kill you? It's like, that's insane. And this is her actual response is, if they kill me, I guess it was just my time then. And that's just the plan or whatever. And I was like, are you kidding me? Like, if they kill you, like, whoop, oh, well, I guess it was my time.
They're like next year.
And the only thing that I even kind of got into her, like kind of got through to her with self-preservation type of thing was, okay, what if someone was attacking your children? Now, granted, I'm her youngest child, so it's not like she has little kids anymore or anything. But still, she's like, oh, well, I would do anything to, protect my children. Because, like, I don't know, I guess her thinking, like, she doesn't want to kill someone to save her own life. Like, she's like, no, that's cool. Like, it's just my time. But she's like, oh, yeah, I would definitely kill someone to save my child's life.
Yeah.
I was like, well, that's a step in the right direction, but how are you going to do that if you don't have the training and the skill to use a firearm? Because I'll tell you right now, if there's ever a situation where, like, I'm in over my head being attacked and I need my mom's help to protect me, well, considering the stuff that I already have and the fact that I'm armed and stuff, if I'm in more trouble than that, her being unarmed, yelling at the bad guys to leave me alone or something is not going to help.
Right.
Because I'm probably outnumbered 5-1, being held down by covering fire or some shit, But I'm working on her because that really, when I heard that, I didn't think there was human beings that could think that way, just because my brain does not work that way. I never once would cross my mind like, well, oh well, I had a nice run.
Yeah, exactly. That's a little foreign to my thought.
I don't get it.
Self-preservation.
It's way to a woman's heart.
So, but my dad's all about it and stuff though. So I don't know. Maybe he can work on her some too. Because like we've always been okay with guns or whatever. Like I've always shot guns since I was a kid. My dad had a little .22 pistol I shot when I was 4 years old.
Did your mom go shooting?
No, she's only shot a gun a couple times in her life. And I know one of the times was when her and my dad were dating and they went shotgun shooting. Because my dad used to do like, skeet shooting a couple times a week with his brother. So that was just what they did. So he didn't think anything of it. Like, yeah, this is the fun thing to do. And, she shot a 12 gauge a couple times or whatever and was like, oh no, those hurt and they're scary. And then I know up north she shot the .22 handgun a couple times. But I mean, I don't mean like a few range trips. I mean a couple times. So I don't know. I've been trying to get her to shoot more, especially when we go up north. Now that I have a nice, backstop, a good shooting range and all this stuff. And like,
Yeah.
I got my AR. I'm trying to convince her like it's not gonna kick. Like if you're thinking it's gonna feel like a 12 gauge shotgun, it's not even close to that. It's gonna go pachoo, pachoo, pachoo. Like it won't even hurt. Heck, I could start her out with my 17 HMR. That thing, it's like you're not even sure it went off. Actually, that would be better. Because then it's quieter and it's, it doesn't kick at all. Yeah, that would be better. I'll start her off with that one if I can ever get her out there.
She doesn't go when you guys go hunting or to take a look at the property?
No, she doesn't go up hunting. That's a guy thing, and I'm okay with that one, honestly. That's good bond, like it's good father-son bonding, you can let your hair down a little bit, talk guy stuff. My uncle comes, my buddy comes sometimes. It's like there's either 4 of us or like 2 of us or anywhere in between. My uncle comes once every like 4 or 5 years now. My buddy comes like every other year, something like that. Although he's his stupid first daughter was born like a couple weeks before opening day. So he didn't go that year. And it's like, why the heck not, dude? He's like, I'm not going to leave my wife home with a 2-week-old. I'm like, why not, dude? Get out of the freaking house. Get some sleep. Screw her.
No, dude. You're the encouraging friend that gets the guy yelled at.
Yeah, but it doesn't work. My buddy's one of them people that like cares about his kids or whatever. I don't know. I don't get it.
Yeah, I do that too.
I'm not kidding, but yeah. Like I understood. It just kind of sucked because he had been going like 3 or 4 times in a row, and then that happened. So that was like the first time he missed, and then I think he's missed a couple more. But I'll give it to him. He shows up most years. It's probably not even every other year. It's probably more than that. But anyways, yeah, no, my mom does not come up for hunting. She doesn't like hunting. She doesn't like that animals get killed. In fact, before we leave on our trip, because I'll normally like ride up with my dad or whatever, so I'll go over to their house, help pack up the car and stuff, and then we'll leave. And when she says bye to us, she always says, okay, don't kill anything, have fun. And I'm like, we're going hunting. Those 2 things cannot happen at the same time. Like the point of having fun is to put meat in your freezer. But no, we still have fun even if we don't get something. And then in the summer when we go up, when me and my dad go shooting or whatever, she just stays in the house and like reads a book or whatever.
So go read a book, Gladys.
No, she's a big reader. She always has been. She'll go through a book every couple of days.
That's cool. I've read a couple books, handful of books. I'm not a big reader.
So I was into it a while ago. Nowadays, I don't know. I don't know if I just don't have the time or whatever. I mean, I probably could have the time if I wanted to. There are some authors that I really like, and they have lots of books out that I'd like to read. I just,
Fiction? What
you just have a book within a couple of trips, I'll have the whole book read.
Who are your authors of worth?
I really like Tom Clancy. I like Michael Crichton. Oh God, I don't know. There's a couple of sci-fi ones that I have, and I can't think of their names right off the top of my head.
Yeah, I read a lot of Tom Clancy.
Played a lot of his video games.
What I like about Tom Clancy is that even when like he does like realistic fiction, but then he does do some sci-fi stuff. Like there's a whole series called Net Force, and that's based in the future, and it's basically like it's like the FBI, but for like internet crimes. And there is definitely some sci-fi stuff. Like there was one whole book where it's like the internet. Oh, like you just reload the game or reload your thing. But they figured out some way it like sends signals and you have a heart attack or some crap. But
wow.
The FBI heart attack gun?
Yeah, that's something. But so it definitely is sci-fi. But what was interesting, because in that book, even he's got mentions of smart guns. Because there's a scene where the dude is like, trying to use his gun or something, and it's like a fingerprint thing. Or I think he's trying to use his partner's gun because they get attacked or whatever, and his partner drops it and he grabs it or something. And it was really interesting. It was like, oh wow, this is This is what smart guns are supposed to be. And then there was another scene in there. He was talking about, his gun. I don't know if this was the smart gun or not. Now I'm confusing the thing, but I just remember this other scene because it reminded me of Ruger, where he's talking about how like the entire side of the barrel practically has the owner's manual written on it. And it reminded me of Ruger and all the fucking like safety things that they carve into your gun.
Oh yeah.
Because it's all that like liability stuff. And I think he mentioned he's like, oh man, the freaking, lawyers and liability and insurance making my gun practically have the owner's manual written on it or something. It's like, that's kind of funny. That's definitely that's a nuanced thing. And to most readers, they probably glossed over it in 2 seconds. But to me, I was like, wow, dude, like that is really insightful. And you can see examples of it with Ruger. But most of the other companies don't do that kind of stuff. They'll just be like, having the name of the gun on the side. Warning, when trigger is pulled, bullets come out the front. Point this away from you. Like, this way towards enemy. Like all that kind of crap. But yeah, I would guess, not knowing exactly, I would guess that Tom Clancy is like a gun guy. Just you can tell from his like the writing and the details and stuff that he puts in there.
Yeah, I think it was. I think he's no more.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Good right.
guy.
Oh man, G-Webs has a new Instagram channel.
Oh, the food thing?
Yeah. What do you eat then?
Yeah. It's good. I might have to follow, but I'm not a cook.
I'm the cook, Jesse.
Food. Good ideas. Good food ideas. Got some fried avocado dish today. It looked interesting.
I just posted on there. I'm pretty proud of myself on that one because the thing is like, my first post like, oh well, what do you eat then? So my answer to that question is, you eat stuff that food eats.
Oh.
Oh snap!
Snap. Triggered.
Triggered.
Hope you don't trigger him, dude. You don't want to see G-Webs triggered.
That's okay.
Start sounding like Yankee.
I just wonder if he's gonna have a lot of carryover from his other stuff, or like this channel's gonna get big like just on its own thing. In which case, then all of these like random people are gonna be like, screw you, blah blah blah.
Because he's pro-gun?
No, I'm saying like to me because I just made fun of being vegan. Because if you don't eat meat, then you just eat stuff that food eats. Because meat plus fire equals food. That is my cooking style. That is my way of life.
Yeah, I'm a meat.
Ugh. Must be the background to that game or something.
Now, Marissa's listening to Smash Mouth for some reason.
I get knocked down, but I get up again.
That's the Chumpawumbas.
I thought that was Smash Mouth.
Yeah. Chicago is. Oh, yeah. I'm killing all these freaking ISIS guys. Oh, shit.
Hello,
What was
Peoria.
that?
All right. Time for hockey. Woohoo!
Playing.
Well, I don't know, man. Freaking Red Wings have like sucked the past couple weeks. Not happy. Fucking Arizona beat them the other day. Like, holy shit, are you kidding me? Come on.
It's because they're not any good.
Oh, he said it. He said it.
I said it.
Oh,
Oh,
snap.
snap, I've been triggered.
Get triggered. There, little guy.
Man, where the hell is everybody?
I'm buying tickets for Rogue One,
Yeah, I forgot about that game. Or that movie.
a Star Wars story.
Yeah.
I hope it's good. I hope the same guy that did Darth Vader is the guy in the suit. I know he's old, but it would be really. They got to do right by him.
Ah, they did freaking Han Solo dirty.
Yeah.
Tiny little brat kid's not gonna kill Han Solo.
That was
I
weird.
don't care that much. Though.
No.
Yeah, I didn't like that.
No, that kid was so annoying, dude. Like, yeah, teach me to like be bad, man.
What the hell? You sound like one of them submissive people.
That's what he sounded like. Am I wrong? Come on.
Make me bad. Oh yes.
That's what he sounded like when there was
Oh, yeah,
that
he was-
scene where he's like, "Oh, I need to, use the Force on the dark side or blah 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 or whatever." It's like, the fuck, dude.
I wish he would have kept his mask on.
Yeah, he sounded like a little bit. At first, I was like, "Oh, dude, this guy sounds fucking dark," and then freaking takes it off, and he's a little whiny bitch.
That was disappointing for a Sith Lord.
I'm gonna say that's what I would be more upset about as his parents. It'd be like, I can't believe we raised this little bitch.
Yeah. Sorry, little bitch, you're out. He's an AJ, yeah.
I mean, yeah, how can you expect to like, take over for Darth Vader, who is one of like, the baddest mofos in the galaxy, and you're gonna be that whiny little bitch? Come on now.
Look, I'm wearing a mask. I'm wearing a mask.
I also want to know is how many times are they gonna just freaking rebuild the Death Star? Your plans
It's
don't
not-
work. It's not that good of a
don't get-
spaceship.
You got to know the order before you know what's going on. So you've seen Star Wars: A New Hope, right?
Yeah.
All right, you know when they're about to destroy the Death Star, they're gonna like go into the little exhaust port or whatever.
Yeah.
All right. So when they're showing the plans to the Death Star in A New Hope, this is the story of how the rebels got those plans. So it comes in, like if you were to put it on a timeline, it'd be like as A New Hope was happening. They were the mission to go get the plans, so the other group can go blow up the Death Star.
I thought Rogue One, it takes place between 6 and 7. So he's not stealing the plans for the New Hope Death Star. They're stealing the plans for the Force Awakens Death Star.
I don't know. I was explained to it that way.
It's A New
I
Hope.
mean, you're right about Rogue One is about like the people who stole the plans, but I'm pretty sure it's the people who stole the plans to the newest version of the Death Star.
Oh, yeah, then it might be that. I don't know.
Well,
That's
I
just
think-
what I was told by a self-proclaimed geek. So
I think this is before A New Hope.
Really? See, like I said, I thought it was before Force Awakens.
The plans that are stuck in R2D2.
yeah, see,
No, because
that's what I was told.
R2D2 only has part of the map or the plans or whatever, and the BB-8 has the plans in the Force Awakens.
That was the plan to go to get Luke.
Oh yeah,
right.
that's right.
Well, yeah, that was the map. But okay, so the Empire, they built the Death Star for A New Hope. It got blown up in Return of the Jedi, right? That was the second old movie. So that was like episode 5. It got blown up. Then they were rebuilding it in The Empire Strikes Back, or maybe I'm confused. Whatever the third old movie was, and that's the one that got blown up when it was still like half in construction. And then now they have a new one in Force Awakens. So that's at least. Are you kidding me? They scored a goal already. It's fucking 20 seconds
they
into
did.
the game.
Dude, you
Jesus
just gotta slide
Christ.
a little cookie into a little net.
But, so it's like, this is the third time they've built a Death Star, and the third time a Death Star has been blown up. Give up, dude. It's not a good plan.
She's not into you, bro.
Let's do something else.
Yeah,
I'm
switch
going
over
to
to Star
pick
Trek.
gigantic Death Star again.
Darth Anus.
Oh, snap. Shots fired.
Oh.
G-Webs responds back. I would suggest most of the food you are talking about never ate anything other than corn and ground up other critters. Farbs aren't like cartoons anymore. Shots fired, man. Chocolate Death Star.
Chocolate Death Star.
Oh Lord, Jesus, there's a fire.
I know he's tired.
I got bronchitis.
Ain't nobody
I
got
got
time
my-
for that.
A little time for that.
If you only knew the power.
What is thy bidding, master?
Obi-Wan
Oranges.
will hold you.
You need to do a Yoda story, man.
A Yoda story.
How he became a Jedi Master. I'm not getting picked on by the other Yodas.
Y-I-D-A Yoda. Y-O-D-A Yoda. Ba-da-da-da-da-da.
Huh, Lola.
Now I'm not one to argue with Han, so it looks like I'm gonna start all over again with my Yoda. Y-O-D-A Yoda. I can't help, dude. I listen to way too much Weird Al. When I hear like regular songs, I just hear his words.
You got a parody.
Weird Al. Ink a dick.
Pokemon, Pokemon.
It was like one time I was singing, Amish Paradise in karaoke, and the thing starts up, and I hear these people are like, "Oh yeah, I love this song." They're all like jamming in, and then I start singing, and it's just like, oh, like they instantly like didn't like the song anymore.
They thought some white snowman was about to start singing Coolio.
Yeah, it was funny. Actually, that happened one time too with "Smells Like Nirvana," because like this dude like straight up was like angry, and it's funny because like the bar I sing karaoke at, I know everyone in there. Like it's just kind of a local hole in the wall type place. I'm friends with the guy who runs the karaoke, and like all this shit. So most people know. Okay, it's like sometimes they do regular songs, sometimes they do Weird Al, so they just know better. This dude, he was like new in there or whatever, and he was all pumped about Nirvana, and then I start singing, and he's like, he's doing it wrong. Those are the wrong words. He was like yelling out at me, like, you're not singing it right. And he was like legitimately getting angry.
Triggered.
Yeah, seriously, like, am I about to get in a fight over singing a song?
Yeah, dude, don't get in a fight over a song. It's not worth it. I've learned.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that almost happened one night. These dudes came in at like, I don't know, 1:30 or 1:45, like right at the end of the night, and they wanted to sing karaoke. And my buddy's like, sorry, dude, like we got a couple people on the list, and then like I'm shutting down. Like we're not, because it must have been 1:30 because he normally shuts down about 1:45, so he can start packing his stuff up and everything, and everyone finishes up their drinks at last call and goes home, whatever. And they like got super mad. And it happened right next to me. Like I'm sitting there. He was kind of standing up near the bar, and these two guys kind of had him backed up into the bar. And there was like an empty chair next to me between me and him. So I saw what was going on. I stood up, I backed my chair up out of the way, and I grabbed the chair next to me, and I just like tossed it behind me. So like he had some room to move in case like they swung at him or something, because he was kind of boxed in at first. So turns out, like, he took my buddy off, and so he was like, you know what, dude, fuck you. So the guy pushes my buddy, and then I kind of jump in where basically all I did, I put my hand on the dude's shoulder, and I kind of just extended my arm, and I said, you need to back up, because he was like right in my buddy's face. Well, because he was so drunk, when I did that, he like went flying back. Like I just freaking like, what, I don't know, some like superhuman move or some shit. It's like, I know I'm not that strong, so you're just off balance. But anyway, so they're like, oh crap. So they thought it was kind of like a 2-on-2 type of thing. Well, then they're like 3 other buddies jump up. So they think, oh yeah, 5-on-2, we're going to kick these guys' asses. Well, when that other table jumps up, the entire rest of the bar jumps up, and they realize it's like 20-on-5. And the bartender, who she doesn't take no crap from nobody, she comes whipping around the bar and is like, you out now, like just freaking takes control of the situation. And yeah, it was like, it ended up never being like really like a fight or nothing, but it's just funny how those guys thought that they had the advantage, and then they realized like, oh, this is one of them hole in the wall dive bars where everyone knows each other. And if you mess with one of them, you mess with all of them.
All the freaks come out. I'm just kidding. You're not a freak, Schmeggy.
I know I'm not a freak.
Super freak. Super freak. He's super freaky.
Well, I'm super freaky in that way, but that's for the girls to find out.
Line them up, knock them down.
Ride!
Ride the lightning!
Yep.
Heard that. That's the way.
What do you keep posting there, Knives? I keep seeing stuff popping up, but I haven't clicked on it.
Dumb shit.
The Knives, can you see the game I'm playing?
Which one you playing?
Arms, dude.
Nice.
Yeah, dude, you can take control of individual guys too and make them first person or third person.
Red team go. Red team go. Blue team. Blue team.
This game's the closest to Command and Conquer that I've found that I used to like the old ones. This one's kind of better actually.
Yep. 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 Yep.
That's the way. Alright, dude, chill out, boys.
I am Iron Man. Dee, 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 dee.
Who's playing the guitar? That Raph?
Yep.
Me. Yeah, me.
Nice. Sing Kumbaya. Do it now, clown. Just kidding.
Oh, wait.
I'm just kidding. Just whip it.
That twisted?
Oh shit, my buddy just got his 5.56 suppressor approved.
Nice.
Yo, anybody ever been to Idaho?
Yeah,
How is it?
fucking lame on the south end of it, and on the north up in the mountains. Beautiful. The southern part of the state sucks.
I heard beat it, so I had to come in.
Dun, 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 dun.
Cool.
You got to play that with more soul.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You sound like a white guy playing that.
You sound like a white guy playing.
Yeah.
Beat it.
He's like,
Beat that toe.
"Sweet." What did you say? Beat that toe?
Camel toe.
Ew. That's like seriously disgusting.
Weird Al, eat it.
That's what I was hearing. You
Whatever.
have to be such a picky young man. You're playing with your food. I just can't understand.
Shut your mouth, essay.
You
Turning
don't get no
butter
dessert
on
till
her
you clean off
toys.
your
She
plate,
says
so
every
eat it.
dog- I'm afraid.
I don't care if you're full, just eat it. Eat it. Get yourself an egg and beat it. Have a banana, have the whole bunch. It doesn't matter what you had for lunch, just eat it. Yeah, I know too much Weird Al, I'm sorry.
All right, you guys drove the tanker guy away. It's weird.
Yeah,
Al.
he's been in and out a couple times.
Thought he couldn't take all the awesomeness. Left.
Yeah, something like that.
Dun, 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 dun.
So what's up, Moan?
Whole lot of nothing.
Did you see the toys earlier from Guitar Man?
No.
Oh, snap. You missed it.
Guitar Man.
Raphael got a new toy?
Oh, yeah.
Tell him, Raph. Tell him who you are.
It's in the box.
Coming straight out of Florida. Crazy motherfucker named Ralph. And there's a room like that. Watch your mouth, sweetheart.
There you go.
Here you go.
Oh, no.
Oh, for a second, I was being serenaded by MJ Knives.
We had a phone call. There was a phone call of grave importance.
What was it?
What I wanted for dinner.
Huh?
My girl saying, "What do you want for dinner?"
Eat that ass.
And you said anything as long as you don't cook it because you suck at cooking?
Nah.
You're gonna die single. Don't say that though. That'll be a world of problems.
6 months later, remember that time you told me that you said I was bad at cooking?
I was
So,
lucky.
I
Dude.
don't know.
My ex was good at cooking. So she was half Polish, half French. So it's like you had the good like Polish food type stuff, and then like the, fine, like, French cuisine stuff.
Fine French fierce.
Well, like the fancy stuff. Like she could cook fancy stuff, or she could just do like, like pierogies or something.
Just make it
Nice.
fancy.
There we go, boys.
Pierogies are good.
You guys like Kroger's?
I like Kroger.
What's that?
Not here.
Are you gonna raid Kroger's?
It's Kroger's.
What did I read them?
The supermarket.
I don't know. I thought you were playing a game where you raid supermarkets.
Oh
That's
hell no,
supermarket
dude.
sweep.
Oh, these guys are building up
I thought you were gonna
defenses.
drive a tank into the Kroger's.
I gotta fix that tank first. I keep getting attacked.
Peter! Ah!
You seen Peter Cock? Sorry, whatever. I have bad hearing. Is that Wolf Mother?
Yeah, Robbie, it is cold as fuck outside.
It is cold here too. What do you got over there?
9 degrees, Robbie said. I'm close.
Oh
Close
shit.
to him.
Yeah, fuck 9 degrees. Robbie wins.
Earlier it was like 24 and I was fine until like a big gust of wind would come and ruin everything. Like the coldest wind ever.
Sometimes it's hard to get warm wind.
Yeah. No, a cool breeze is nice, but cold wind sucks. Get some hot wind in the summertime.
Hot wind. Fuck, I didn't tell you to put landmines there. I like click over here on one side of the screen, and he puts landmines right in front of where he is. I'm like, dude, you're gonna get yourself killed. This motherfucker down.
I'm about to play Don't Fear the Reaper.
Hell yeah,
Yeah,
dude.
trying to.
Sweet.
Sweet dreams are made of these.
He's nuts.
Every time I hear that song now, it reminds me of that game Prey.
Is that a good game?
Yeah, it was pretty good.
What the fuck?
You're like an Indian on a reservation, and then you get sucked up into a spaceship. You gotta like
Oh, that's scary.
kill a bunch of aliens and use a portal gun. It was pretty cool.
Just spent all that time repairing this. This freaking LAV. Finally got done, loaded it up. Landmine. There you go. You got it. You got it.
Need a cowbell. It's a lot of that.
More cowbell.
I got a fever.
I mean,
And the only cure is more cowbell.
I saw that skit live. I've been watching
Word?
Saturday Night Live religiously for like 25 years.
damn, what was it like being there when he said it?
It was amazing. But like, I was like, you know what? Fucking Christopher Walker's not the greatest host, and he doesn't host the greatest episodes. And then he did that skit, redeemed himself.
I like Colonel Angus. That one cracked me up.
Is that where he lives in his apartment by himself?
No, he's it's like they're in the front porch of a Civil War manor or a house, and they're talking about Colonel Angus coming to town back from the war.
Yeah.
I guess the plantation's called Shady Thicket.
Yeah.
It's a great skit. It's talking about going down south.
Dude, I thought
Hey, welcome. You just tap me in the head.
I really thought I was talking to Christopher Walken for a second, dude. You scared me.
Well, thank you. I didn't know I sounded even close to that guy.
Do it again. Do his lines from Joe Dirt.
Like stab you in the face with a soldering iron.
You're talking to my pal all wrong. Wrong tone. You do it again. I'll stab you in the face with a soldering iron.
I was hit hard in the jaw.
Is that why he talks like that?
No, it's part of that skit that he was doing, that he did. Saturday Night Live. Colonel Angus.
I gotta go back and watch that. It's probably on YouTube or something.
Yeah.
Probably. If it ain't on YouTube, it doesn't exist.
If I overstayed my welcome, you just tap me in the head. funny stuff. Colonel Angus, Colonel Angus. I'm afraid I got demoted. Now it's just Anal Angus. There was an incident in Big Beaver. It's awesome.
Don't shoot, let him burn.
I'm about to watch.
Give me a play-by-play review as it's going on.
Wow.
What?
Oh, I'm looking at somebody is 9. Robbie is 9 outside.
Yeah. All that jazz.
It's warm over here.
Yeah, what is it where you're at?
Probably 70 something. 70.
Colonel Angus.
He got it.
Killed my whole team, man. Oh, it's freaking dark out already. 5.
So, Knives, I see you posted the UN thing. I still don't get why it's such a big deal. Can you explain why it's such a bad thing?
Well, in my honest opinion, I'm just kidding. What's he posting?
The UN thing, where Obama's like, hey, UN small arms treaty or whatever. The thing that the NRA screamed and yelled about for like a year and a half about like the UN's gonna take your guns and if it passes, then the Second Amendment doesn't exist anymore and all this stuff. That I'm just like, it doesn't say anything like that in there. It talks about what types of things countries can sell to other countries, mainly countries that are in conflict, as in, you know, when we supply rebel groups because we don't like the government. It talks about like basically not doing that so much because we don't want to like help conflict happen. So I don't understand where people say it has anything to do with like our right as citizens to own guns. It says something about our right to sell guns to Iranians or some crap, but like it doesn't talk about people owning guns in their own country. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm the dumb sheeple who doesn't see through the fake or whatever. Like I don't know. Maybe I am.
I haven't read it or anything, so
I just I feel like it's a Chicken Little type thing, and there's more important stuff to be focusing on. And especially when the NRA was like all over it. And then of course, like at the end of their thing, after they talked about, you know, Obama's teaming up with the UN to take your guns. Oh, by the way, send us money. I really don't like that kind of fear-mongering thing where they're either exaggerating something or knowingly misrepresenting it and then using that as a fundraiser point of view. I'd rather them say, hey, look, we went into this state and got rid of, you know, background checks, or we went to this state and we want to, you know, get rid of the California gun registry or whatever. Like, I'd then be, okay, here's my money. Go do that. But we want to stop the UN and Obama from taking your guns with this treaty that had absolutely nothing to do with taking citizens' guns. What? What the fuck am I missing here? I don't like it. It's too exaggerated and fear-mongering for me.
yeah, I ain't scared of nothing.
ain't scared of no UN treaty.
Yeah, I'm personally not scared of the blue hats. They ain't coming knocking on my door.
Coming knock on my door. We'll be waiting. This fucking guy. It's one of the longest matches I've had on here.
Colonel Angus.
Damn it. I keep forgetting that I started watching this game like right when it started. I'm used to fast forwarding through commercials and shit. So I keep grabbing the remote and hitting fast forward and it doesn't do anything. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm live.
Yeah, my mom will like she like start the show, pause it on the first commercial for however long it takes her to do whatever. And then she'll just use that like saved up, from it being paused. She'll just skip through the commercials. But it catches up sooner or later, so I don't know why she does it.
No, I'll do that too. Like if I'm not watching something that's like, actually recorded, which normally if it's like a show or something, if I want to watch it, it'll be recorded. But especially when I'm in these kind of chats and stuff, I normally have, Nat Geo or something in the background. You guys always hear me talking about elephants and shit. I like nature, and that's something you can watch muted and still see what's going on. Like you're still watching, the lions like playing or the whatever, the freaking leopards eating a antelope or whatever. Like, you can figure out what's going on without needing the words. But yeah, anyways, like I'll turn it on when I like get home or something, and especially when they kind of have the same type of stuff on like all night. And I'll pause it and go take a shower or go get dinner or, do whatever. And then, that way I can fast forward stuff if I feel like it.
Yeah. Not a bad strategy, kid.
Oh. Especially, I think that also is a strategy for like back in the day when you could only record like a couple things. Remember when like it used to be like you go to record something, it's like you already have something scheduled to record. And it's like you can only record one thing and watch something else. And then they came out with like you could record 2 things and then you can record 4 things. Like now, it's almost like it doesn't matter.
Really?
You record like 20 things at once, it seems like. Actually, I think mine's still 4. You can record 4 things and be watching live TV. But I think you can't pause live TV if you're recording 4 things. But there's I think some of the satellite ones are up to like 6 shows at once or something.
Mine's 5. 5.
There you go, 5 at a time.
DirecTV.
The thing is that I found, like, yeah, that can be nice, but every time I've found a conflict where there's like 4 shows on at once, one of those shows is replaying at like 1 a.m. or whatever. So you just set up that one to record. Instead of recording it at 9, you record it at 1 a.m., which doesn't really matter because you're not watching it that night anyways. You just watch it the next day or something. So I haven't really had a problem with it. In fact, actually, now that I say that, I need to go through and cancel a bunch of hockey stuff. Because I haven't done that in a while. See, I set up like NHL on NBC to record. Well, most of those aren't Red Wings. So why the fuck am I recording like some random ass game that I don't want to watch? Especially when I have too much stuff recorded to begin with from all the times I go out of town. I don't have time to catch up to all the shit that I missed.
Yo, Moon.
Yo.
Colonel Anal Angus.
Yeah. I'm watching a more cowbell one now.
I was hitting the jaw.
Wow, how is it so cold where Pink is? Holy shit. It says it's 1 there. It's 13 where I'm at, and he's south of me. So how the hell is he 1?
It's up on a mountain. Is there mountains in Ohio?
Like super south, it starts getting mountainous, but all the other shit's flat as hell. That's why they're called flatlanders.
I don't know.
Probably step up on the
Close
hill
enough
and
to
shit.
that side of Pennsylvania.
But I think our low is supposed to be like 7 tonight or something. Like that's, yeah, it's supposed to be a low of 7 today. Oh, real feel. It does feel like -2 right now. So I don't know if he's talking 1 with the wind chill or whatever, but it just seems odd. I would have thought he'd be a couple degrees warmer than I was here. But I guess however the winds are going, maybe it's like swooping down at an angle or some shit, and he's getting more of the cold air than we are. Goddamn Canadian polar vortex shit or whatever.
We should build a wall where the cold air comes from and keep those Canadians out.
We just need to like put a bunch of fans at the border facing north to like counteract the wind.
Yeah. Aerosol cans.
No, fans. Just whoosh, turn the fan on.
Turn the fan on. Blow the cold air out further north.
So G-Web's posted his vegan or vegetarian MRE. He says, vegetarian MREs are always easy to acquire because everyone hates them. Like, I like most of them. They're rugged and effective. Let the haters hate.
Yeah. I couldn't do that kind of diet. I'd die.
Ooh. Kiwi and blueberries as a snack? I'll give you that. That one's good.
Some of it looks good.
That sounds good.
Oh man.
I love to eat chicken wings. Lots of chicken wings.
Fried potatoes, smashed potatoes.
So there's this picture of these parents at the zoo with their kids. It goes, it hasn't even been a year and people already offering sacrifices for Harambe. Like these parents are holding their kids up over the fence like so they can get a better look. How soon we all forget.
Child support. Give people ideas. Throw them into the Lions Den. No? No? Okay.
Nope, not at all.
Harambe is the devil.
How dare you? Harambe was just an innocent, unarmed gorilla. He was just playing with the kid and smacking his head off the wall. He wasn't going to hurt him.
He was armed with gorilla arms.
Yeah, that's true. And he was dragging the kid around by the leg. I mean, that's totally fine for kids to do.
The kids are resilient.
Yeah.
They're pliable and bendable and shit. They can pretty much fall off like a 2-story building. They're pretty cool. As long as they land on their diaper. Don't land on your head.
Do.
Why didn't they just tase Harambe? And they just
Because
shoot
he
him in
would
the
just
leg.
like freak out.
They just shoot him in the leg. Why not just shoot him? Why not just reason with him through peaceful negotiations?
Uh,
They could have got that lady. They used to talk to gorillas, but that lady got her head chopped off.
by a gorilla?
Gorillas in the mist. What?
Did a gorilla do
No.
it?
No.
It's like, oh crap,
Poacher.
she doesn't know as much as she thought she did.
An evil poacher.
Really?
Yeah. Chop that bitch's head off. It's like you're fucking with my gorilla ashtray business, bitch.
Mm.
Some gorilla skull ashtrays. I don't know what they do with gorillas after they murder them. Well, anyway, they could have got someone like her. Talk Harambe down.
I think you're classifying her. I don't think she really like talked to gorillas. She just lived with them. Like I don't think gorillas understood her.
She would have known what to do. She would have like rubbed her belly and patted her head at the same time.
Yeah, I'm sure that's a thing.
Harambe would have been like, "Urgh," and then dropped the kid, went back into his hole.
Yeah, you're right. What was I thinking?
Yep. We needed that Caesar Chavez guy, Caesar something, the dog whisperer, but for apes.
It's not going to bring Harambe back.
Nothing
can
will
save
ever bring
future
Harambe
Harambes.
back.
We can save future Harambes. At the Philadelphia Zoo, we lost all of our apes because they died in a fire. It took them forever to rebuild the ape place. Maybe they could have been guided out of the fire by
How many
Harambe.
animals died in that?
an ape whisperer. I don't know, all of them. I don't know how many were there. Yeah.
Oh, was it an indoor zoo?
I guess it was the habitat was indoor and outdoor. I don't know. I guess
Like
they
the
all
way you
got
would-
locked up at night.
Oh.
Am I not on gun channels?
My prescription means more cowbell.
Do, 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 do. God damn it. Yeah, that's stuck in my head now. All right. Yeah, let's do that. Cool. Beat it. Beat it. Why is that song stuck in my head now?
It killed 23 primates. 1995. Damn.
Never forget.
Oh, snap.
Whoa, killed 23 gorillas, orangutans, gibbons. I don't know what that is.
Gibbons are the little fucks.
And lemurs. They're little too.
Lemurs are cool, though. Leaping lemurs, man. What was that? Zabafu or whatever? The lemur? Come on,
What
don't
was that
pretend like you
from?
don't know what I'm talking about.
No, I know what you're talking about. It's just funny. I forgot about that.
Leaping lemurs, man.
Need more cowbell.
The zoo's president, Pete Hopkins, said these animals are so close to humans, this is like really losing members of our family. They have moods, personalities, and even a sense of humor. See? Could have, like, talked to fucking Harambe,
Told him a
made him
joke.
laugh and shit. Yeah.
What if it turns out Harambe is actually a huge racist, and so like you have to tell him like a racist joke, and then he'll drop the kid, like whatever those things are, right? Like what do you do with the black guy in a car or whatever? Bleh, it's because it's dumb, like whatever those jokes are. I'm so not racist. I don't even know good jokes. No, I'm kidding. I probably do know some that are funny, but I remember in high school I had a black friend who used to tell me like all of the worst black jokes. Like seriously, he just thought they were funny that people would like, rip on him so bad or whatever. So, like all of the worst ones that would sit you and be like, "Oh man, that one's pretty harsh, dude." Like
Harambe's not down with that.
he might be, you don't know.
He might have just smashed that kid on the ground if he heard one. And be like, whoops. Kid smashed.
Dude, smash.
Harambe smash.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is what if it turns out like he actually was just a big dick, and you try and talk him down, be like, "Hey man, drop the kid." Be like, "Nah, fuck that, dude.
Harambe
What are you gonna do? Show me your tits. I'll let the kid down. Show me your tits." Like, if you got that gorilla whisperer chick. He's
Suddenly
like, "Yeah,
you see her
I'll drop the
lifting her
kid.
shirt
Give me a
up.
beeger." You'd be like, "Whoa, Harambe, that's inappropriate." It like turns out he's just like a freaking,
Perv ape.
yeah.
a deviated prevert.
Holy crap! Shooting left to center doesn't start for another 2 hours.
Wow.
And there are people still already on YouTube, like talking in the live chat.
Wow. It's not Rogue One, fellas. You don't have to get in line.
Yo, these gorillas died on Christmas.
Ouch.
I didn't even notice that. Published December 25th, 1995. Maybe it was Christmas Eve. Yep, Christmas Eve, December 24th.
That's pretty harsh.
Smoke from a fire at the nation's oldest zoo. I didn't know that was the nation's oldest zoo. They don't tell you that around here.
No, the nation's oldest zoo is outside. Where all the animals live. Just go look at them.
It's a big ass zoo. It's interactive. Man.
Don't beat the bears.
Yeah.
Only you can prevent diabetes.
Okay, Walrus Man.
Diabetes.
Doctor just said I look like someone who would. Speaking of Saturday Night Live. You guys remember that one?
Was it just me, or did you robot like a motherfucker?
Aw, damn. That was funny.
Robot.
Yeah, I thought that was just me hearing it bad.
My internet's been funky earlier. but I thought it was fine.
Damn Chinese.
So, did you even hear my Saturday Night Live reference about the diabetes?
No.
Well, I don't actually have diabetes. My doctor just says I look like someone who would. It's that fake TV commercial with the walrus guy.
That old
I
guy,
don't remember.
big fat guy,
Yeah, big fat guy. He's got the big like walrus mustache.
right? Wilford Grim something, Grimley,
Or is it Brimley?
something like that.
I think it's Brimley. I would look it up, but dude, it's so hard to find Saturday Night Live shit, like, because they're so like, they're nuts about taking down clips on YouTube and shit, and then
I just
they only
found a
have
bunch
like
of free
certain
ones.
ones.
Bunch of them free ones on the NBC site.
Yeah, and that's fine too. But what I've noticed with that is like, I don't know, maybe this was a while ago or whatever, but like, there's so many like pop-ups and ads and shit that like it doesn't load on my computer very well.
Huh, I didn't have any of that.
I remember trying to pull it up like at work. I was talking to someone about one of the things, and like at lunch, I was trying to pull it up. And I remember doing that. Like, okay, I know I can't find it on YouTube because they take them down. Sometimes you can find them where like it's a little window on the screen, and then they have like bubbles and shit floating around in the background because it throws off the algorithm. And then like the little window that you're watching it in like moves. And then, like, the robots can't pick up that it's a copyrighted thing.
Yeah, they do that when they slow stuff down, make it sound all fucked up, or they speed it up a little.
Yeah, oh yeah. I remember watching a movie that was like, 1.2 times the speed. So it's like you really didn't notice it, but it was enough that the computer couldn't figure it out.
Yeah.
Because it's looking for like this exact 7 seconds. And so if instead it hears the same thing in, 6.5 seconds, it's like, nope, the file doesn't line up. Like that's not the right pitch or that's not the right, frequency. Oh man, Pink set up a late lobby already. Cool. Thanks, Pinkerino.
Pinkster.
I like Pinkerino. Don't freeze your balls off out there.
Pinka-linka-ding dong.
Pink. Yeah, something like that.
What the fuck did I walk back into?
Pinkelrooski.
The Pinkster. Pinkalaya. Pinkalinka-ding-dong. Making copies. Setting up a live lobby. The Pinkster. Dropping the links. Gotta go to work and it's cold.
He's a conservative, Rob Schneider.
Is he?
Yeah. A lot of his tweets were like anti-Hillary. Shit.
Wow. If he thought getting a job in Hollywood was tough.
Or like anti-liberal.
Ooh, that one looks nice
Yeah.
too, man.
Well, him and his buddy
Blueberries? Yummy.
Adam Sandler can't like do anything anymore.
What do you mean?
I don't know. Adam Sandler got like shunned from Hollywood for making fun of Indians. And Rob Schneider, I guess, because he's conservative. That's why when they were making that movie, what the fuck was it called?
The one where he's a gigolo.
No, the cowboy.
No,
The one with
No.
the Adam Sandler one.
Oh, that one was just dumb though. It's yeah, what
Yeah, I
the hell
didn't
was
think
that?
it
I know
was
what you're
that
talking
funny.
about. It was like the Netflix thing, wasn't it?
Yeah. Like a Ridiculous Six, I think it was called or something.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
it was
remember
supposed to be-
starting to watch that, and I was like, "Nah, fuck this." That's one
That
of
was
the
supposed to be
only
a bigger
movies.
movie.
Yeah, that's one of the only movies that like I didn't stick around to finish, even though I had the time. Like there are times when I'm watching something, I have to go do something, so I don't watch the end. But basically, once I start watching a movie, I'll watch the end of it, even if it's like a bad movie, because I'm like, well, I'm already invested in it. And that's one of the ones I just like turned off and I never watched again.
Yeah, it was supposed to be bigger, but and like have a theater release. But during the making of it, he hired a bunch of Native Americans from reservations and whatnot from where they were filming as extras.
Mhm.
And some of them got offended by the material, and they made a big deal about it, called newspapers and stuff like that. So they got a lot of flack for it on social media and whatnot, and had to they scaled it down and made it a Netflix original eventually.
And you were right, Ridiculous Six. I mean, some of his stuff, like, I don't know, he's always been one of those actors, like, I like half his stuff. Like, I like Grown Ups. I actually really like 50 First Dates. And, like, you know, some of the ones where he's not super stupid, I like. Although I did like Billy Madison and Happy Gilmore and
50 First Dates was okay, but it still kind of creeps me out.
but like The Longest Yard, yeah, it's a remake, but I think he was good in that. I'm just looking through his shit. Big Daddy was pretty good.
Little Nicky.
I hated Little Nicky. It was dumb.
I like Little Nicky.
Which one's the?
It's funny.
Which one is the one when he's a golfer?
Happy
It's
Gilmore.
yeah, Happy Gilmore.
Saw on the hips.
Yes, that was good.
Carl Weathers is that his name. Apollo Creed.
With the missing hand that the
Yeah.
gator.
Wooden hand.
Yep.
Yeah, he was a Little Nicky too.
Oh, Bedtime Stories was another one that was okay.
I was with a group of people that wanted to see White Squall over Happy Gilmore. And I was like, nah, trust me, let's go see this. So they all reluctantly went to see it. And they loved it. It's like the funniest shit since sliced bread back then.
Let me ask you guys something. You guys as older people, do you guys still watch Pixar movies?
No, the new ones suck, and they're always about animals. It's like, come on. It's just that you can create such awesomeness with computer graphics. And they keep picking fucking animals.
Yeah, I like the older one. Yeah, Cars 3 coming out too.
Yeah, I saw the preview for that. The car's like flipping. It's like a teaser.
Yeah, I like the first one. Second one sucked.
Yeah, I don't really watch Pixar movies anymore. So I don't know. I haven't seen any of the, like I haven't seen any of the Cars or any of that stuff. Unless did they do the Lego movie? Because that was a good movie. I did
Who
like
the
that
Lego
one.
movie? I never saw that one. I never saw the whole thing.
That was a good one. I like that one. And what was the one with the emotions and shit? That's got to be Pixar, right? Where they're inside the kid's head or whatever. it was called like Inside Out or something. And they have like the characters were like anger and sadness and blah blah blah, and like it was pretty damn good as far as like teaching kids about emotions, because like the one's like always trying to be happy, so she like keeps like bottling up all the sadness or whatever, and then like the kid gets older and they like get new emotions like as the kid gets older, and like the different memories happen, and then like all the things start like breaking apart or some shit, and it's because the one that like always wants to be happy all the time is like always pushing away like the sadness or whatever. It's like, no, like sometimes it's okay to feel sad because like, you know, you miss your friends or whatever, so that makes you sad, but the reason you miss them is because you used to be happy with them. Like it's a whole thing. And like it honestly, I think it did a really good job like of freaking teaching people like, hey man, like this is what happens inside human brains.
Thank you.
I learned a lot, I'll tell you what.
What's inside there?
It's a bunch of
Gray
goofy
stuff.
looking things running around that apparently are your emotions. And your memories are these little tiny balls, and they put it in a chute, and then it goes into long-term storage. And when you sleep, they throw half of them away. It's exactly how brains work.
I have a hamster on a wheel in my head.
I just had the wheel. A hamster died.
Man, you know you can replace it.
Nah,
Just put the hamster in a your butt.
you hamster.
What the heck is that?
I like The Impossibles. Pixar movie.
They have part
That's
two
kind of
coming
where I
out.
stopped. It's kind of when I stopped watching them when that came out. I didn't have anything against that movie. I just didn't never got into it and watched it.
And so yeah, I did see that one, but that was just kind of like, nah, whatever.
Oh, Up. Up was good.
Yeah, I never saw that.
I saw that movie with my nephews.
I remember going to see Recess, the movie. And did you guys ever see that show?
Or Recess on XD.
I don't know.
Yeah, it was like,
a cartoon.
yeah, they were like, you know, elementary school kids. And, you know, they just had wacky adventures or whatever that always happened like during recess. But I don't know, I really liked it. Like, I was way too old for it when it was a cartoon on TV, yet I still watched it. I ain't gonna lie, I remember I went with my friend to go see the movie, and we were buying the tickets, and the person at the ticket counter was like, "Are you guys just buying this so you can sneak into something else?" And I had to tell the person, I'm like, I'm 18. I don't need to buy a ticket for like a PG movie to sneak into an R-rated movie. If we were going to go watch an R-rated movie, we'd just buy tickets for it. I'm like, no, we're going to go watch Recess because it's a good movie.
And then, like when you were done telling her all that, like the way you just told us, she immediately understood why you were going to see the movie Recess.
What? What was that supposed to mean?
It was just funny the way you said you were 18. See any movie I want.
I can. I mean, it's fucking. I can buy whatever ticket I want. You tell me what to do. You're not my real mom. The Recess movie was kind of weird though, because the like the background animations just looked at like they made it look like really flat. Something about seeing it in theaters, it was like, I don't know, it just, you could tell like the animation part was in the foreground, and then they just had like a really two-dimensional sprite as like the entire background, and it just it did look kind of weird, but the story was okay. Ooh, World War Z 2 is coming out in June. That'll be interesting.
Zombies?
Yeah. War for the Planet of the Apes. There's another Planet of the Apes. Isn't there like 5 of them already?
That one looks good though.
Well, if you
They're
count
all-
the original
the
franchise,
last 3 were good.
The
I think-
Hitman's Bodyguard with Ryan Reynolds, Samuel L. Jackson.
The last 2. And this one.
I don't know what that one is, but I'm gonna watch it. Blade Runner 2049.
Blade Runner.
Yeah.
Yeah. New Blade Runner.
That was good. It's a good movie.
Wow, another Friday the 13th movie?
Is
that
this
just-
still Harrison Ford? Or are they doing something else?
Jared Leto, Ryan Gosling, Anna D. Armas. So I would say it's not the same people.
But maybe, yeah, he did a cameo or something. Is
Maybe.
it a remake or a sequel?
I'm not sure.
2029 might be a sequel.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah.
thinking. And actually, there does seem like he might be in it. Let me see. Top build cast.
If he shows up, he's definitely not one of those replicants.
Yep, Harrison Ford's in it. It's Rick Deckard. Actually, dude, fucking Harrison Ford looks the same as like the past, I don't know, 20 years or so. Like in the new Star. Oh shit, Morgan's in it. Anyways, like in the Star Wars thing, it's like, oh, there's Han Solo. He's like a couple years older. And then you see Leia and you're like, oh, and there's his mom. Like that chick did not age well at all.
There's his mom.
Seriously, that whoever that is, I'm bad
There I
with names
won.
and shit, but
Finally won.
I'll make another Kingsman movie.
they are making another Kingsman movie. The Golden Circle. The Snowman. Ooh, I wonder what that's about.
Your life story.
Detective Harry Hole investigates the disappearance of a woman whose pink
Harry
scarf
Hole.
is found wrapped around an ominous-looking snowman. Is this going to be like a horror
you.
movie or something? I mean, it comes out in October
Got it.
next year.
Gotta be a parody
in it?
if there's a guy named Harry Hole.
Blade Runner. They're making another Blade Runner.
We already said that, Knives.
Oh, y'all?
Yeah.
Sorry, I got distracted. There's a girl with the butt shaking on my face.
Yo. Did you hear that you guys familiar? What's that? The Running Man? Or no? Is that the one with the replicants or whatever?
No, that's Blade Runner.
Blade Runner, right? The director of Blade Runner confirmed that Harrison Ford was a replicant.
Well, if he's in it, then he can't be a replicant because they were only given a lifetime of 4 years.
Well, maybe he hacked it somehow or something.
Maybe they're gonna do that weird CG young face thing again to
That could-
people.
That could be. Shows up as a young person.
Didn't they have broken fingers at the end of that movie? What kind of replicant whines about their broken fingers?
I don't know.
They hurt.
You guys, I'm leaving.
I
Colonel
guess if you
Angus.
didn't know, he was one.
I gotta watch Colonel Angus.
Colonel Angus.
That sounds dirty.
You should watch the skit.
King Arthur. Another one. Lego Batman movie.
Another Batman movie?
Well, it's Lego Batman.
Lego
Oh.
Batman.
First Lego movie was cool. I took my kids to see that.
Yeah, I saw that on like HBO or something one time sitting in a hotel.
I haven't seen it.
I thought it was pretty good.
The fuck they're making Baywatch?
Oh yeah, I
Yeah.
saw that. Hasselhoff and The Rock are in it.
Yeah.
Oh snap!
Did you see the preview for Fate of the Furious?
No,
It's like Fast and the Furious 8.
nice.
Fate of the Furious. It
I
looks
gotta
pretty
tell you,
badass.
I why didn't I see that coming up? I really like.
You really like. And then you
Goes
jump
up.
out.
Oh, man.
The tip.
He likes movies with Fast and Furious in it.
I wonder if he's talking. Like telling a whole story. We can't
He
hear.
just doesn't know it.
Man, I don't like Fast and Furious. It's hard.
I didn't like him at
Classic
first.
Tiger.
I didn't like him at first either. I was like, I'm not watching these trendy movies. Then later on, I started watching them.
I gave it a shot, but when Tokyo Drift came out,
I think Tokyo Drift sucked me into them. Yeah, I liked it.
hello, Smiggy.
Apparently, that guy from Tokyo Drift is coming back. That southern white boy dude.
Is G-Webs talking about me? Keep telling my story, even though I like crashed out. Because
Yeah.
that's totally what happened. I looked up and the little thing was like, your connection's experiencing difficulties. And I'm like, oh, so you guys can't even hear me right now. And then it like dropped out and said, oh, try again, reconnect.
Yeah, the girl from
Like, I really like, and then silence.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, now you guys will never know what I really, really like. I could tell you what I want, what I really, really want. But I'm
No.
not gonna.
no, really, really.
Fucking Spice Girl.
No, I really like the Fast and the Furious.
Spice, Piggy.
And I like the way that they don't just name them like 1, 2, 3, 4. You know, like some of them are puns on what number it is, right? Too Fast, Too Furious. You know,
Yeah.
Fast 5, that kind of shit. And others of them. The only one that I don't like Tokyo Drift just because like, oh, Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift. Like, no, that's dumb. It was like a little side note. None of the people were in it. You know, just like the one dude, and
It was
that one
like
almost
Drift
doesn't
was
count.
good. Tokyo Drift was good.
I mean, it was okay, but I don't think it was the same as the other ones.
No. It wasn't the same. It was more like a street racing movie than any of the other ones. The other ones are like heist movies. It's like awesome chase scenes.
So that girl from Blade Runner did not know she was a replicant, but until the end.
With Daryl Hannah.
No.
What's her face? Crazy lady. Chick from Ace Ventura. Can't remember her name.
Sean Young.
Yeah,
Something
Sean
like
Young.
Oh, the memory's working. The squirrel's back in a cage. Or
On the wheel.
back on the wheel. Yeah, maybe he was a replicant. Maybe he was a replicant.
I
Because
don't think Justice League's gonna suck.
he had pictures just like the other replicants had for their memories. Remember when he was looking at in the piano, the pictures on the piano? So he had that dream of the unicorn, and then that other Blade Runner put the little matchstick unicorn on the ground. He picked it up. Yeah, he could have been a replicant. But maybe he was. Huh?
1, 3, 6.
I'd have to watch it again. It's been a real long time.
All these things will be forgotten, like tears in rain. Good movie.
More cowbell.
More cowbell. I have seen things.
Johnny Dickinson.
More cowbell. I have a fever.
And the cure is more cowbell.
I gotta have more cowbell.
Oh, that's not the one that I wanted to do. No, go back.
I think Justice League's gonna suck, dude. I got a feeling. More cowbells.
I thought someone was talking about there was going to be a new Expendables.
Another one? I haven't seen any of them.
That's what's so. Well, that's
Is it
I
gonna be the
saw.
one?
I saw Expendables 3 and was like, oh, that must be the new one that's coming out soon. And then I looked at it and it says it came out in 2014. It's like, oh yeah, I remember that one. So,
They're coming with another one?
well, that's what I'm not seeing like anything on here about a fourth one. So
I want to see one of those, but do I have to
it's
see
like so maybe like like I said, I saw it on like a podcast or something that was talking about it. So maybe it's like barely in the works, like not even enough to like hit Internet Movie Database. Like they don't have all the people signed up for it yet or whatever.
I haven't seen any of them. I think one of them is in one of those web services that I'm signed up for, but is one of them in the middle. So I don't know if I have to see the first ones to get what is going on.
Oh, I think the first one's the good one. I mean, I've watched the other two because there's 3 of them, but I think the first one's really the good one.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, if you can only have access to like number 2 or something, I don't know. I mean, it's not like you need it. They're not plot heavy movies.
Yeah,
So you're not gonna miss anything if you just start watching it, because they're just like, oh hey, look, here's a bunch of old action stars, and half the movie you just spend going, I remember that guy, I remember that guy, I remember that guy, and then they blow shit up. So, I mean, if you want to kill some time, yeah, you could watch it. It's they're not necessarily bad, but I do think the first one's the good one.
Yeah, well, I didn't find nothing on Expendables 4.
Yeah, so it must have been like they're just barely like talking about it. Like maybe one of the actors was like, "Yeah, I'd like to do one. I'd like to do another one."
Yeah, I like
But
the
they
first one, but the other ones weren't good. The Losers was good, was better than the Expendables.
And say it definitely. I did like that it was kind of like the, like the super team of action stars from when I was a kid. You know what I mean? Like that's the part I did like, the nostalgia part of it. Like back in the 90s, that would have been the best fucking like most all-star team ever.
There's supposed to be another Rambo coming out.
Oh no!
I like the last one.
Yeah, the last one was good.
So if
You gonna
it's
come
like
out with the
that,
last one?
but like in the Middle East somewhere.
You have to go
That's what I heard last. Yeah.
against ISIS.
Yeah, because no one gives a shit about jungle countries anymore. Come on. Like, when was the last time you heard something about South America? Like, they're just doing their own
That's
thing
right.
down there. We don't care.
There's peace in Colombia now. The rebels have laid down their arms. That's all I heard. My dad likes to keep up with South America.
Yeah, well, and it used to be I don't know, I feel like it was more in general knowledge about what was going on down there, and, you know, because we cared about, you know, the drug people that were bringing stuff in, and, you know, our government was, you know, sending in, like, the CIA and shit, right? Like, they were messing with the governments down there because we didn't like certain ones, and we supported rebels and blah, 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 all that stuff. And it seems like now you never hear about any of that stuff. Like, we're not interested in that. I mean, we're doing the same thing in the Middle East. Like, just, okay, this country, we like this government, but we don't like this other one, so we'll support these rebels and blah, blah, blah. It's the same stuff. The CIA is still going in and taking people out and giving money to, you know, rebels and different things and all that complicated shit. It's just a different part of the world now. I saw a pretty good thing about Syria that had all the different groups and like which ones they were fighting and which ones they were backed by, and you know, it had all the different stuff, and it really did show like why it's so complicated. How it's really like just a proxy war between us and Russia, because Russia's supporting the government, we're supporting the rebels, and everyone hates the terrorists. Like, it's everyone against ISIS, but then they're all fighting each other, and like, oh yeah, and also ISIS kind of.
We want Assad out of power, and Putin wants to keep him in power.
Because he's
Right. That's the main thing is whether you support the government or you don't. The problem is, at least even like from our side, like you could call them just like the rebels. Well, there's like 5 different groups that are all fighting the government, and some of them are also fighting us, and some of them are fighting each other and different. So that's where it gets complicated of like which rebels are the ones that we want to support, because one of them, I forget which one it is, and I'm sorry, I just don't remember, but like one of them we're supporting because they are actually doing a good job against the government, but those are the ones that also don't like Turkey. So Turkey's pissed off, even though Turkey doesn't like, you know, the Syrian government either. So they're supporting one of the rebel groups, but we're supporting like both. So then Turkey kind of doesn't like us as much anymore because we supported one of their enemies, but everyone's still fighting ISIS. Like, that's the common thread that holds everything together.
the Turks don't want us arming the Kurds.
Right. But the Kurds are fighting the Syrian government and Turkey. Like, they're their own thing.
The Kurds are fighting the ISIS and the Syrians, right?
Yeah.
But the Turks don't want the Kurds to have guns because then they'll proclaim their region their own country.
Right. And so that's why when Turkey was saying like, oh yeah, we're gonna go like bomb ISIS, they really just bombed the Kurds a whole bunch and like hit one ISIS target.
Yep.
Yeah, and the Kurds were fighting ISIS.
And then that pissed us off because we're like, hey, we were helping them, but we also don't like the ISIS people. And same thing with Russia. And that's why when Turkey shot down Russia's plane for violating his airspace for 2.5 seconds or whatever. It was basically driving the line because they're like, the Russian fighter jet crossed into our airspace 17 times. And then when you look at it, it was 17 times like in a minute and a half, which means it was just like riding the line. And they're saying, you're in, you're out, you're in, you're out, you're in, you're out, you're in, you're out, you're in, you're out. It doesn't count as crossing the border 17 times. Give me a break. I think that was ridiculous of Turkey to shoot down a Russian plane because of that. I mean, granted, Russia was pushing it, kind of seeing how close can we get before you mess with us. But then to be like, oh, they came into our airspace 17 times. It's like, no, they came in maybe once, but they were basically driving the line. That was uncalled for. It's not like they came in like miles. They were in your airspace by like 2 inches.
Russians like to press that.
Well, they do. And don't get me wrong. Yeah, the Russians like to see how far they can go. But at the same time, like, I feel like shooting down the plane was a bit of an overreaction.
Right.
It's like when your brother's like, I'm not touching you, I'm not touching you, and they're holding their finger like right in front of your face or something. I get it. It's annoying. And you probably want to smack them, right? Normally, that's what you do. You'd slap their hand down. That'd be the equivalent of your brother being like, I'm not touching you, I'm not touching you. So you stab him in the neck and be like, well, he almost touched me, or his finger bounced off my nose a little bit. It's like, nah, dude, that's an overreaction. Well, I warned him I'd do it. Well, yeah, you warned him, but still.
Overreaction.
Yeah. So, granted, Russia was being the annoying brother going, I'm not touching you, meh, 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 and then accidentally slipped and, like, touched your nose a little bit. But at the same time, it didn't give you the right to stab him in the neck. So, anyways, but so that's the whole thing. So they're all angry with each other and shit, but at least everyone agrees ISIS is a bunch of douchebags.
Yep.
Even the Taliban. It's like ISIS.
Well, yeah, and then that's the other thing, right? So, like, some of the groups that we're supporting to freaking get rid of ISIS are, yeah, like the Taliban and Al Qaeda and all that shit. Like, there are allies in Syria. It's like, what? Fuck that. Like, we shouldn't help them at all. Like, good for you if you take them out, but we're not going to help you because anything you have left over once you take them out, you're going to use against us. So, we'll give you a pat on the back, I guess, and be like, okay, good for you. But don't fucking sell them weapons and don't give them training and don't, like, give them stuff because they're just going to use that against us. The best case scenario is the two of them fight each other and, like, they kill each other off and then there's only, like, one dude left because then, okay, we can handle one dude. But, like, that'd be the best scenario is they both go down as much as possible.
And that dude remaining is weak.
Yeah.
Yep, jump him. I hope we don't go over there, though.
Oh, and all I know, like, apparently in Aleppo, which is DB's favorite city, like, apparently the Syrian government, like, just took over almost all of it, which is bad from our point of view of, like, the rebels or whatever, because that was, like, where the rebels mostly had their stuff. And apparently they're just out there with, Russian backing and stuff, like killing a bunch of civilians and all sorts of shit. Like they've been targeting hospitals and stuff. Like, so then when they go through, like they do these sweeps and just like kill everyone. And then even if you like just get injured, well, then you can't go to a hospital because there aren't any left. And so it definitely really sucks to be in that city from what it sounds like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, G-Web's exactly like that.
Happens all the time, huh?
So, I don't know. I think the biggest thing on all that stuff is like it's more complicated than either most people understand or most people want to admit.
Mhm.
And from my point of view, like if we don't understand it, we shouldn't really get involved in it.
Yeah.
So we either have to figure out more what the heck's going on or just stay out of it and be like, well, we don't like that government. But it's like, well, you can't always get what you want. Like that, because the Syrian government's not attacking us, you know? So it's like, we might not like them, but they're not fucking with us right now. So, like, screw it. And I doubt they ever will. They're not going to freaking send fighter jets over to our side and, like, start dropping bombs or something. That'd be insane.
It's a mess.
Yeah.
We better good for us to stay away because we're not going to win. If we go there, we'll have to put boots on the ground, and then we have to run their country for them, and they won't like it, and they blow our guys up.
Yeah, well, I mean, and I'm gonna say part of it is our fault because when we took out Saddam Hussein, it created a power vacuum, and that's how all these other groups could, you know, take power. So it's like, okay, he's not a good dude. Like, I agree, he was bad, but he wasn't really attacking us at the time either. And the people who took over decided to start attacking us. So that didn't help very much. Oh, come on. Oh, Jesus, you saw that coming from a mile away.
Jesus sees everything.
Well, I mean, he saw that goal happening.
Oh, you're watching. Oh,
Yeah. The dude had like forever and a day. You know, he got the rebound off to the side. Howard was on the ground, and he was able to like sit there and settle the puck down and take his time and readjust and then pop it in an empty net. Like no one freaking covered him. He's like, doot. There you go. He first touched it, gets the rebound, sails it down. 1, 2, 3. Oh, pops it in. Then one of our guys show up. Like, come on. Oh, that's frustrating. 16 seconds left in the second period. It would have been nice to go into the third still tied 1-1.
wish I was at a sports bar with some chicken wings and some beer.
You're at even better. You're at Gun Channels with your new toys and my play-by-play. What could be better than that?
So what'd you get?
Beer. So you're gonna have to scroll back.
Okay. Hey, Moon.
No.
Hey, man, did you struggle on aiming in the division?
Nah.
I got a problem.
Struggle with Battlefield.
I still struggle with that shit.
Jesus loves the little children.
No, he doesn't.
Live event begins in 49 minutes. Oh, okay. God, there's still people over on freaking YouTube talking on Yankees chat. You got nothing better to do than to sit and wait for chat to start? Oh, that's and me guy. Oh, Jesus.
What is he doing? Answering questions?
Well, it's his Shooting Left to Center podcast.
Oh,
Should be a
forgot what
good
that
one.
was.
Just saying.
Why? Is it going to be the Chiappa special?
I'm not sure what the topic is. I got a good feeling about it.
His new gun's going to be sick. It's like green with pearl grips and a high polished stainless slide and
Dude,
barrel.
That slide
So
does look sexy, man.
all gold controls.
Yeah,
Full
and did
buttons.
he I saw he was either gonna like get it actually
Titanium
like
nitride.
coated, or if he was gonna like just
It's
paint
gonna
it or
be
whatever. Did he decide on that?
Titanium nitride uh, controls. So that's like, everything you see that's gold on Instagram.
Oh, so it is actually gonna be like the metal coated instead of, because he was saying, and one of the things
Yeah,
like,
it's not like a paint; it's like a treatment.
yeah, because he was like, I could either like Cerakote it gold, which would be like a dull,
Yeah, it's pretty cheap. It's not that expensive to get stuff. Titanium nitride.
Yeah. See, I think that's the way to go too, as far as it's gonna hold up better and stuff, and it does look like it's like actual gold or whatever. But yeah, that slide is freaking awesome looking. And, I mean, the grips are cool, and I liked that he had those little, like the grip screws had like a little gem in them or whatever, like a little stud. But something about him, when I see him like on the gun, it doesn't look as cool. But they looked cool when he just like showed them like in the package, like, oh look, it has like a little gem like on the head of the screw. It looked cool.
You better buy like a fur hat and one of them pimp coat. A pimp hat and a fur coat. That's what I was trying to spit out.
Well, like he said, this is a classy pimp, though. It's not even like, it's not like a stereotypical pimp.
That's pretty gaudy. It's green, silver, and gold, and pearl. Green, silver, gold, and pearl.
Well, and what were the grip screws? Right, that was that like a turquoise or something, or was that like a little emerald, like a little green thing?
I don't know. I have to look.
I think it might be a little like green stone. It's probably not real emeralds or whatever, but yeah, I don't know. The frame doesn't really come through that well in the video, so.
Green? Is it green? Because it looked green in the picture.
Well, when you see it with the grips and the slide and stuff on, like, it doesn't look that green. But yeah, I think it is like the
rather done black. Should have done like some kind of matte black or something, or maybe even a shiny black.
I thought like a gray would look kind of cool.
Nitride coating that.
Like a charcoal kind of gray, not like a light gray.
Dude, he should have made a fire engine gun.
What?
Could have kept the slide stainless. Made the frame red, bright yellow controls.
But that wouldn't be a pimp gun.
No, it'd be a fire hydrant gun. No? No, that's cool.
Yeah, no, I'm not really digging that. But you're more than welcome to make one if you want. Go for it.
Yeah. Like, I figure you get like a Glock slide, diamond plate cuts on it, and you high polish it. You get like a red frame, and maybe this is my fire engine Glock.
Maybe you can make it like a squirt gun, and it shoots water out. That'd be cool.
No. I don't want it to look fake.
Oh man.
Yeah. I never put any pearl grips on a gun. Ain't no pearl grips. I almost got pearl grips once. I had a naked Asian chick on the grips.
Well, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, I found them on eBay 2 years ago, maybe 2 or 3 years ago. I never bought them. Ended up buying those wooden ones. And it looked like, I don't know what you'd call it with pearl, but it looked like, I guess it was like mosaic. Different chunks of pearl to make the image.
That would be cool. A mosaic grip, almost like a stained glass type look to it. That'd be a cool look.
Yeah. It's kind of what it looked like.
Dude, that's what oh man, I forget his real name. The Ghost Town Knives guy. Because he does that in like knife handles and stuff. He makes like wolves and dragons and shit. Like he should do like grips like that.
I think he's done 1911 grips for Pink. I think. I don't know.
That would be cool.
Yeah, he's done them. It's like I can't remember.
There you go, Huck. Yep. Thanks, G-Webs.
He did someone's grips with the WB on it. Oh. Oh, what's his face, I think. Yep, what's his face?
Oh, he did grips for what's his face? Yeah, I know that guy.
Yeah. What's his face? The guy that likes the patches.
Well, everyone likes patches.
Shoots 50 cows.
Patches. Hey, Smeggy, have you put patches on a hat or something?
No, I put all mine in the car.
Oh,
Wesley.
like stick them on the dash?
No, I put them on the ceiling, the headliner.
Oh,
They stick okay. They fall down every once in a while. Sometimes you can see them starting to peel off, and you got to just kind of push them back on because it's not like super fluffy, so it doesn't have enough for like the stuff to stick to. But most of them stay up, no problem.
not enough
Wesley
ripping it.
Boggs. That's who he did it for.
Oh man, I better drink some more Mountain Dew. I'm getting sleepy.
Do the do.
Because I ate food. Food makes me sleepy.
That's that sugar.
That's what it does to me.
It's the sugar.
That's not the sugar in the food.
Put you sleeping.
It's the gluten's in the food. And a big old gluten pizza. Yummy.
Man, I could.
Gluten strings with meatballs. That's where I took a nap. This game needs Surefire 100 mags. 30 rounders.
Man, gas went up 20 cents overnight here.
Wow, that sucks.
Crazy. Yeah. I paid 203 a couple of days ago. All of a sudden, it's like 226 now.
Yeah, it went up a couple of days ago here, like by 15 or 20 cents.
I haven't got gas in a while. I'm at about a quarter tank, which is when I normally like to get it, but I don't know. I don't drive that much for work, and I haven't been like going places, so drive my 5 miles to work, 5 miles home, and then just sits in the garage all night.
Yeah.
They say that you waste a lot of gas if you leave your tank low, because it turns to gas and expands.
You can run on fumes.
And the fumes go away and gas goes low.
I don't know if you waste a lot of it. I mean, because once the gas evaporates, then you got like the gas pressure holding it in. I mean, it is still a sealed container, and so then that extra vapor pressure will keep the rest of the gas from evaporating out.
Maybe. Some gas caps ventilate, and some are pressured. Hi, everybody.
Hi, Dr. Raphael.
Hi, everybody. Oracle. Was there a tactical pop quiz today?
There was.
It was like by email.
Yeah, by email.
Ooh.
And they
Your answer.
Wow. Wonder who won. Sean.
Well, they don't know yet. You got to email the answer in.
It was like, what's Dano's favorite underwear brand?
Yeah, I think that's what it was.
Guess it right. It's Tactical Hot Shot.
Because I don't know if I'm allowed to repeat the question. I don't want to step on any toes. And since I emailed in, I don't want to give anyone. Oh, G-Web's just posted. Okay. It was, what did Daisy make before BB guns?
Oh, yeah.
Which I found pretty interesting, and I learned something I didn't know, is they are from the same town my parents live in now.
Jeez.
So I want to try and figure out, like, exactly where they were and see if, like, the building's still there, or, like, at least, like, go to that corner or whatever, like, go to the same area. Be like, wow, this is where they used to be.
Broomsticks.
You're not supposed to give the answer away, dude. Come on. Now everyone's just going to email in broomsticks and win.
Wagons. Staplers.
Yes, they made broomstick wagon staplers. The handle of the wagon was a broomstick, and then there was a staple on the end of it. So, like, as you were pulling your wagon, you could staple papers together.
Scissors.
And then cut the paper. It was an office supply wagon.
Swiss Army knives. They basically made a Swiss Army knife.
But in wagon form.
With a wagon and a broomstick. You could fly or roll. They were ahead of their time. Nobody wanted that. So we're like, well, let's make a BB rifle? Question mark?
It really was kind of, I read the story about it. It really was kind of an interesting little history. I hope they go into it a little bit once they give away the answer.
Did you sell his Yeah, I think he sold his Daisy. That shot that weird round with the goop.
Weird
Goop of propellant on the end of it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Caseless ammunition. It's like ammo, but the gunpowder was like a gloopy thing on the end of the bullet.
I don't know what you're talking about.
And I think like the air would ignite it or something. Like air. I forget how it worked. She's got a video, I think.
Are you offering your cat food?
Yeah, maybe. He looks like he's hungry. Frightening.
He is so gonna pounce on the back of your head when you're not looking. Just,
That's Elvis.
watch out. You slipped, you dork.
But they do that with such, I meant to do that. Cats.
Quit looking at him, dude. He's gonna pounce on you when you're not paying attention. He's looking like, oh, I wasn't doing nothing. You turn around, he gets murder in his eyes. You look at him, he's like, whoop, oh, hi, what's up?
Oh, I'm not doing anything.
He's got that little tail wag going when, like, they're about to go in for the kill.
Just chilling. I need one of those things.
What, a cat?
No, one of those cat stand things. Cat display units.
Cat
My
public
bed.
housing.
Yeah, but for myself. Because I want to climb up.
I'm just picturing you like in one of those little cubby holes, just like peeking out the little end, like talking on gun channels.
It'd be awesome. If I ever win the lottery and build like a big mansion, I would have a room just like that for human-sized cat mansion.
Uh-oh, he saw a keyboard.
Yeah.
My cat jumps on the keyboard and does things that I can't undo. I don't know what the fuck happened.
Oh man, that was pretty funny. The gun channel's cat close up of the day.
Uh-oh. It's coming around again. Get over there.
Did it. Did it. Did it. Did it.
Oh, he's on the other keyboard. I cleared the VCR so he could step on it.
The VCR. You still have a VCR?
I have a VCR. It's one of those things that they put up. It's a VCR/DVD player.
Yeah, we have one of those up north actually, because we took all of our old movies and took them up north. But a lot of the VHSs they're in pretty rough shape. So last time I went up, I brought up a bunch of my DVDs that like I'm not gonna watch here at home. I don't really watch like movies on DVD that much when I'm at home. So I took a bunch of them up north. I took all my MacGyver seasons that I have. I have seasons like 1, 2, and 5 or something.
Oh, cool.
So I took those up there, and oh, how are you not going to call hooking on that, you fucking asshole? Nope, no, I didn't do anything wrong.
Because she wasn't doing nothing wrong. She wasn't hooking.
Dude, totally hooking.
She was
Right
just
there, and
dressed
he
that
tripped
way
him too.
for
That's like a
parties.
double. He puts his leg behind the other guy's leg and pulls back with the hook, and like trips him.
That should be totally legal in hockey anyway.
What a bunch of crap.
So
How do you not call that, you piece of shit?
I still got VHSs.
Oh, it might have even. Oh no, the net's off before the puck crossed the line. I was gonna say it might have actually been a goal, but no, the dude hit the net off before the puck crossed. Damn. At least call a penalty off of that. Oh man. Now I know what it feels like to be a sports fan in a city that has a crappy hockey team.
Like me?
Tampa Bay's not half bad.
No, I don't follow hockey. Hockey is great if you get to see it live.
Yeah, it's good on TV too. It's better live, I'll give you that, but it's good on TV also.
If I were to see it on television, I would like to see it at a sports bar with chicken wings and beer and waitresses.
I know you're obsessed with the whole beer and chicken wing thing, but it's good at home with gun channels and friends and Mountain Dew and pizza.
I don't have Mountain Dew.
Or pizza. Or friends. Oh.
Burn! Trigger.
It's okay at Hooters if it's like just on in the background, and then I leave and it goes away. Yay, no professional sports.
I think maybe the Red Wings are doing bad this year because the Lions are doing really good. And we can't have like two teams at the same time doing good. The Lions are going to make the fucking playoffs this year. I predict they're going to win the Super Bowl.
They should have like team simunitions, like a pro league. I'd watch that.
So like a paintball thing, only but with simunitions.
Yeah.
But like a team versus team.
Yep. So like airsoft, basically, but a little up the stakes with simunitions.
Yeah. Well, and I've never seen an airsoft competition like on TV or whatever, but I've seen paintball on like ESPN and shit.
Some of the airsoft gets a little crazy. Watch the guys with the first person, that GoPros or whatever, on YouTube. A couple times. They're crazy.
Oh man, come on.
That would give all these guys on Instagram something to do. These like Shot timer dudes.
If you like pina coladas.
I'm not gonna say it. I got scolded the other day.
Well, okay then.
Getting caught in the rain. I said it.
You just said you weren't going to say it. Which one is it?
I did it. I gotta fess up. Nature Valley. Chile. I think maybe tomorrow we'll have some pizza. I'll be on the road. I'm going to Miami. I don't know why, but gotta do the Christmas family thing.
Oh, man. Big old noisy thing going down the road.
Yep.
Okie dokie.
We have this avenue over here. It's a straight line, and everybody wants to drive fast in it.
Oh, all right, guys. I'm going to shut this one down. I just put Pink's link out in the lobby.
Word.
So,
I'm just
I
gonna
will
leave.
see you guys later.
Ciao.